maybe a little different form than what it was in Noah's day, but I think the basic root problem is the same. It's evil continually, deceiving people, lying to people, cheating people, immoral basis. Wow.
Yep.
Well, there's a great solution.
All right, we got breaking news. I hate to do this. We're getting word that Charlie Kirk has just been shot at a university.
Oh, my goodness.
Utah, where? Utah Valley University. And I hate to tell you this, folks, but this is exactly what Annie Cyrus and I talked about one night. That you were going to start seeing, you're going to start seeing the assassination or attempted thereof of well-known political and social media figures. Logan, do we have footage? I'm searching it. All right. We have video of people running. Okay, we got the video there. There it is, people running. Okay, just to repeat for anyone joining us, we are getting reports that Charlie Kirk at the University of Utah has been shot. And these are early reports. Don't forget, oftentimes what comes in has to be corrected. So let's pray that it's not true. But we have one guy saying, Ron, Charlie Kirk was just shot at University of Utah while speaking. My daughter was in the crowd and saw it. He was shot in the neck. Pray for him and the students who are there. Dr. Woods?
Well, if you don't mind, Brandon, I'm just going to pray real quick. Do you mind if I do that?
Yes, let's do that right when you come back. I hate to say it because the computer will take it away. I have no control over that.
Okay.
You guys be praying now. And we're going to pray collectively and corporately as soon as we come back. Again, breaking news related to Charlie Kirk. So join us in prayer, even now, right this moment, for Charlie, for all those on the ground and the scenes there. And we come back, Pastor Andy Woods will lead us in prayer collectively. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Sentry Wellness System, the ultimate undersink water treatment solution designed with you in mind. Say goodbye to harmful toxins and hello to water enriched with essential nutrients like calcium and magnesium. Enjoy the benefits of increased pH for on-demand alkalinity, all from a zero-waste system that fits seamlessly into your home. Installation is a breeze, taking just 15 minutes, so you can have clean, healthy, great-tasting water straight from your tap. Perfect for apartments, homes, rentals, and even RVs. Elevate your hydration and well-being with the Sentry Wellness System because you deserve the best in every drop.
Sentry H2O. Tap into wellness.
All right, welcome back. I guess our team has uncovered a video, but in the meantime, let's go to Dr. Woods to pray for Dr. Woods, to pray for Charlie Kirk, who, again, if you're just joining you, is reporting that Charlie Kirk has been shot at a rally in Utah in the neck. It's coming from people who say they saw it. We also, I'm going to see it, I guess, with all of you for the first time. Then we're going to go pray for him. Here it is.
Oh, my God.
Counting or not counting game. All right, he's just there talking with a microphone. Yep. Shot right in the neck. All right, guys, let's go to prayer. Dr. Woods?
Yeah, I'll be brief, but Father, we just lift up Charlie. We lift up this whole situation. We just ask for his physical healing. And we ask that whoever the malefactor is, they would be immediately exposed. And we just ask for the God of all comfort to minister peace to all of the people that are there and family members, friends that are no doubt very distraught over this. And we just ask that somehow you would use this terrible situation to bring about a greater good. which only you can do. And we also ask that this would not put a damper on the conservative movement, but it would make us bolder to stand for your truth in these last days. And we lift it all up in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Lindsted, you want to pray?
Yes, Father, we do thank you for your protective hand. I think of how many people have been bold and been protected, and now we have one of our spokesmen who's really outspoken. And Father, the hatred, not for him as a person, but really for the values he stands for. And we think that many of those are biblical values. So, Father, we pray to protect him, to raise him up to full strength again. And may you use this to have his voice heard even louder. And Father, give us boldness. We know that we're living in the last days, and so we can expect these challenges. And so thank you for a man like this that's taken such a godly stand on many issues. Raise him up, preserve his life, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Guys, this is just so, I mean, I'm sure you guys feel the same way we do. We've met Charlie. We've had Charlie at our Frank Speech rally. We interacted with Charlie there. I don't always agree with, people all the time. Neither do a lot of you always agree with Brandon House, that are regular viewers and listeners. But Charlie was a guy that was seeking to engage and is seeking to engage the young people to think. And he wasn't afraid to bring in Christian speakers and talk about the Bible. And so this is very troubling. You've bookmarked the shooter. All right. Can you tell me as I'm going to it? Oh my. Supposedly this is the shooter. It's an older gentleman, bald with gray hair on the sides. I'm describing him for the radio audience. Does anyone know how close he was? He said, I have the right to remain silent when he's telling the cops. Wow. He's a white gentleman. I shouldn't say use the word gentleman. He's white. Now, this is going to be very interesting to find out what his worldview is.
Yeah. When you see the hatred, I'm sure this man has never met Charlie in person. So what does he hate? Well, he hates what he stands for. There are people that I disagree with what they stand for, but I normally don't say I wish them dead, especially to the extent to go and to shoot them. I think that this is a big difference between a conservative point of view and the liberal point of view. Is the conservative point of view normally says, through reason, let's try to convince you of our point of view. The liberal often says, no, if you don't agree with us, you deserve to be punished or killed. And that's really a tragic difference that's going to make itself more and more known as we come closer and closer to the coming of Christ.
We are now reading that, according to friends that were there, this person says, quote, a guy got up, started asking questions about trans stuff, and then shot Charlie.
Yeah, Brandon.
Yep.
I just texted his pastor, who I know, James Cadiz, who did his premarital counseling, married him and his wife. And I said, Charlie Kirk shot in Utah, ? He says, I know my brother. I've been talking to his wife this whole time. So there's confirmation that it's true.
On top of the video footage.
Yeah. I mean, that's proof enough, obviously, but just wanted to, if I knew technology, I could try to get him live on. I don't know if I would hold the phone up or how that would work.
You could do that. You could do that. Absolutely. You could do that. If he's willing to want to talk.
Let me give it a shot here.
Let him know we're on 74 Christian stations. Okay. Sure. I'm talking to the control room about continuing programming because we're not going to break away anytime soon. So we're just making plans for continuing here. This is fluid. Pastor Woods is on the phone trying to reach the pastor of Charlie Kirk, who he's been texting with, to see if he can come on the broadcast. I'd be shocked if he's willing to at this point, because it is, this is such a fluid situation.
Brandon, I think about you and your outspoken programs, and this is something that you got to run through your mind, through your family's mind. Your protection, because how many times have you taken a stand that's not popular with the media, not popular with people, but you say, this is from the Bible. This is my biblical perspective, and so I think we need to remind our listeners to be praying for your safety and for your guests who are on your show regularly for their safety as well.
Well, we appreciate that. We do get our fair amount of threats. A lot of them we don't even talk about because you almost get immune to them because you get so many crazy people. But all it takes, and I do tell my team and family over and over, all it takes is one crazy person. That's all it takes.
If I could just interject something, Brandon, this is the outworking of all of the attacks against conservatism, Christianity, Israel, dispensationalism. I mean, it's just vilified every time you stand for something.
Don't go away. Hold right there, guys. Crosstalk is next. Stay tuned on vcy.org.
Okay.
And we're back with our station, WROS, out of Jacksonville, Florida, and you here on Worldview Tube. Maybe tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social. Let people know we are continuing live coverage of a horrific tragedy that is stunning all of us. I think most of us are, some of you I know are probably crying, you're weeping. I've had chills multiple times because this is just hits way too close to home. But at the same time, particularly in relation to what Dr. Lindsted just said, but particularly because this is not surprising to me. We can pull up clips. Logan, maybe you can find the clip where Annie and I were talking about it about less than a year ago. We were talking about and so were Trevor Loudon and I. Trevor Loudon and I have talked about it several times, that we anticipated seeing the attempted assassination of conservative, outspoken conservatives and media personalities. So in one sense, I'm not shocked. And Charlie, I have to say, had a lot of guts. I don't want to talk about him in the past. He has a lot of courage because he was engaging thousands of people on these campuses, many of them hostile, and that's a security nightmare. And many of you know that when we did our event in Milwaukee, we had 1,000 people there. We had security, and those were not local retired police officers. God bless those guys too. But these guys they had just come off of 30 plus days of guarding the Secretary of Defense designate, Pete Hegseth. So some of you saw those two guys. Those two guys had just been guarding Pete Hegseth and his family. And that was not cheap that night. And that's one reason why we quit doing Worldview Weekend rallies that were free, because we had a gunman come into our conference in Sioux Falls, as we know. And then we had Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and Muslim Brotherhood threaten our conferences the next year. And the security cost was getting so high. How do you do free events with that kind of security costs skyrocketing? And so yet Kirk continued to go out there and put himself in a very vulnerable position by choice. He's a smart guy. He knew what he was doing. But this is going to change a lot. And we've already changed a lot. That's one reason why we stopped doing free rallies. We couldn't afford the security. Dr. Lindsted? Your thoughts, Doctor? Did we lose Dr. Rob? Okay, we'll have to call him. He was on VCY side. Dr. Woods, your thoughts on this?
Yeah. Well, his pastor declined. He says he's just way too close to the family.
I would imagine.
To come on. Yeah. But,
Charlie Kirk is not a guy that I know of that was out there saying anything that was violent, that was anything but the truth. You know, I want to parse that. There may be a few things related to some of the things about Israel and whatnot and whatnot that we maybe would say, well, I don't agree with that part. But he wasn't a guy that was out there seeking to incite people other than just simply talking about the truth. So why would anyone want to attack him other than for one reason? They did not agree with his principled positions.
Well, I think that, and he was very effective.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people, and I don't know how accurate this is, but I've heard people say this, that the last presidential election, you know, was largely won because Kirk influenced so many, collegiates into voting conservative, voting Republican, voting Trump. And so there's probably a lot of anger, you know, generated against him from the left, you know, because of that. But we're just living in a culture where anybody who stands for anything virtually is put under attack. And I want people to understand this much. A war of words typically will precede an actual physical war. You know, when people are very angry in their rhetoric, particularly aimed at Christians and conservatives and constitutionalists and biblicists, there's a very fine line between that and actually someone going over the edge and murdering somebody. And you notice all of these murders lately, whether it's a situation in Minnesota that just happened, it's not right-wingers that are doing these things. You know, it's leftists. And I think when the dust settles, that's most likely what we're going to discover here.
Yeah, indeed we are. Let's go back to the video footage. Logan, you said you bookmarked it, right? The reports are that he was answering a man's questions about trans, and then the man shot him. Here's the video footage.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God. Go, run. Whoa.
I'm going to pause it. I'm trying to see, is there, okay, now you are seeing a security guy right there. That guy with the black shirt and the glasses, that's a security guy right there. There looks like there's another security guy standing right behind Charlie, which would be Charlie's right, our left. I would say this is also a security guy, the guy on the left there with the plaid-looking shirt and dark glasses facing up. That's security. So I'm just looking at this. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 security guys for sure. And I bet you there are more than that. But security can't knock down a bullet. The question is, where was the shooter? Where was the shooter? If he was engaging him in a question, where was the shooter? Because that shooter, I don't know how close he was, but he doesn't appear to be showing up in this picture right now, if I had to guess, which means he was back a little bit, which shockingly to hit Charlie is kind of shocking because most people aren't good at shooting. And if he did it and he did it with one shot, I'd like to know more about this guy. How close was he? What was his training? Because there are a lot of police officers out there that can't shoot. And I have cops that tell me that. If you zig and zag, they won't hit you. They're terrible. So again, I want to know who this guy is. What was his background to get this shot off? Let me see if I can get a hold of Bill Federer. Bill was texting with me just today on something different. He's a close friend. Let me call Bill Federer. See, I know this is live, guys. You're just going to have to bear with us as we're trying to grab in people.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Bill, we are live. I guess by now you've heard about Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah.
Can you come on with us? We're live right now.
All right. I mean, I don't know much more than
I know,
what's in the news.
but you know about Charlie and what he's been up to and standing for.
Yeah. We were just with him for a week in South Korea.
All right, he was just with him for a week in South Korea. All right, we're going to send you a Zoom link right now, Bill.
All right.
Okay, Bill Fetter is going to join us, guys, here in just 1 second. He says he was just with him for a week in South Korea. Dr. Woods?
Well, obviously it's tragic. And, I think often of the scripture, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man, where the earth was filled with violence. And there it's in Genesis 6, verse 11 and verse 13. The Hebrew word for violence is actually the word Hamas, believe it or not. And so, this sort of cheapening of human life in our culture, that we've seen ever since Darwin. We're just naked apes. And, life has lost its sanctity. We don't have the sanctity of life idea anymore. So, why not just knock off someone you happen to disagree with?
And I have to tell you, this does not look like a shot that's survivable, folks. This is graphic. I'm going to tell you up front. This is extremely graphic. That is not survivable. I will be, barring a miracle, that is not survivable. That is a tremendous amount of blood. I mean, that's almost like he hit him in the throat. That's like he hit the main artery there. Barring immediate compressions to stop that, I don't see him having survived that. But let's pray otherwise. That is. And what's so troubling is that when you see scenes like this, these folks have family. He has a wife. He has at least one child, right?
Yeah, I believe his wife's name, I don't know if I need to give her name. I think it's Erica, if I remember right. Yeah. But the pastor I've been talking to says he's been, going back and forth, talking to his wife this whole time. I don't know exactly what time of the day this happened.
And again, it happened in Utah. I don't know if I said Iowa by mistake earlier.
No, you had it right.
Utah, right?
Yeah, you had it right.
Okay.
It's, Satan, was a murderer from the beginning. And this type of blood that is shed is satanic. I mean, just the inability of people to bifurcate anger at a message versus a human being. And so I think we really need to dial back the rhetoric and interact with ideas and not, once we personalize things, and I've done that, I've been so angry at something someone has said that I find myself getting angry at the person. And that's, I think, mentally, we all need to keep ourselves in check. Emotionally, that's where we cross the line. And we have to remember what you just said. It's a human being. They have family and friends and loved ones just like we do. They're made in God's image just like we are. And we've kind of watched the death of humanness in our culture, where we don't really value life the way we used to.
Yeah.
And this is kind of ideas have consequences. So here we are. And
we all get, passionate about our points of view, and sometimes we're right? About our points of view. They're not really points of view, they're facts. And I guess unless you are a public speaker who's done this enough years and taken controversial stands, most people, and I don't know how to put it in words, Dr. Woods, but most people don't understand the multi-dimensional world of a public figure. They see them really in a one-dimensional way. They don't think about them in a multi-dimensional way. You and I believe what we say. We're not acting. It's real. It's who we are. It's what we believe. But when we come to the news desk, or when we come to a podium, or as Charlie was sitting in a chair, you become a public persona, and you're doing your calling, you're doing your job, you're doing your occupation, right? And there are times, and maybe you have this same thing, when I will go back and I see myself on television from something that was done the other day, and I'm in the moment of teaching. Maybe I'm even teaching my Revelation series verse by verse, and I'm in the zone and I'm just teaching away. And I have to look at that sometimes and think to myself, how am I doing that? And all I can think is, well, I'm being empowered by the Holy Spirit. I'm being given clarity of thought in this hour. And I'm doing things that when I look at it, when I'm just sitting in my easy chair, watching it back, I'm thinking, that's almost like it's someone else. And you have to be in this line of work this many years to see that, where you have a public persona and you have a public image and a public style. But when you get off the air, it's not that you're being a hypocrite, but now you're not on the air. Now you're interacting with your dogs, and you're interacting with your children, and you're interacting with your wife, and you're taking out the trash, right? And you're doing all the normal things everybody does. Most people that become obsessed with someone like a Charlie Kirk and did what they did today, they're only seeing him in one dimension. And they're not thinking about, some of them, I don't think, that you have a multidimensional individual here. And they become obsessed with what they perceive, not with what is reality. Does any of that ring with you, Dr. Woods?
Well, it rings 110%. You know, I've had people write me sometimes loving, sometimes very angry emails over some statement that I made that's on social media 5 to 10 years ago. And to be honest with you, I have to think hard to remember what I said and where I was and who I was speaking to, you know, et cetera. And so they've created kind of a shelf life for me, independent of me, you know, not understanding that I have the same pressures in life that anybody else has. And I've got a marriage I'm trying to keep together, and I'm trying to be a blessing to my wife and daughter. I've got 2 cats, and I like to give them attention, and they're all amped over, you know, some theological issue that I can't remember when I talked about it half a decade ago. So, you know, that's kind of the danger of the kind of stuff that we do. It creates a shelf life independent of the actual personality.
Yep. And so what we're trying to say is, folks, if you don't remember, if these people don't remember, we're dealing with a human being. And that's what they don't. They don't. And then they begin to put onto people things that aren't even true. They're not true. And they begin to assume things about people that aren't true. And a lot of these people are not mentally stable. And I'm afraid a lot of it is demonic, absolutely demonic. Demonic, it's demonically energized, some of this. And I don't know where this guy is coming from, what his background is, but it won't be long before we start finding out. And I think it's going to fit with this conversation and what we're saying.
Yeah, and somehow, you know, I don't know who's going to cover this, but I have a tendency to think this is not going to make the major news outlets because it doesn't fit the narrative. You know, they want a narrative of an unhinged right-winger taking out someone on the left, and here, as the facts are gathered, it's probably going to turn out to be the exact opposite. And stories like this that don't fit the narrative, you know, get pushed to the bottom of the stack, so to speak. You know, get censored.
And just to recoup, to repeat for those who don't know, Charlie Kirk has been shot. He was shot in the neck. The video shows him losing a massive amount of blood. I mean, this is like almost a mortal wound. And I mean, it is a mortal wound. So I don't know what the odds are for survival for that kind of shot into the neck with the artery that was torn and the amount of blood loss, but it's seconds. So again, we're going to ask everyone to pray for his wife, his family. I don't know where his parents live. I don't know anything about his parents. The man that's been accused of this is the video that we're being told. He is telling the cops, I have the right to remain silent. Again, I'm wanting to find out what is his background to pull off a shot like that close. Most people would miss. He hit the first shot. Guys, anyone in the control room know anything coming out about how close the man was to Charlie? Guys, anything coming out as to how close that man was to Charlie? Okay. Do we have Bill Federer? All right, we're going to let Bill Federer in. Again, I have to tell you, it is graphic, but people are still asking us, where was he shot? How was he shot? Who are now tuning in. This is a close-up, and that is, again, I'm sorry, but this is the reality of a news organization, and this is what happened. Logan, was there a reason you took that down? All right. The concern is, I asked Logan, why did he just pull it down so fast? The concern is that we're streaming on so many platforms right now that they'll start pulling our channels. So there are, I guess, on some of these channels, there are things that we can't, they don't want shown. But this falls into very much like the image of John F. Kennedy Jr., or John F. Kennedy, excuse me, the President Kennedy. Isn't it interesting, tomorrow's 9/11. So again, I want to know what this guy's background. We have a lot of questions about this individual. Dr. Woods, stand by. Let's add in Bill Federer. Bill, you graciously agreed to join us. I know that you are personal close friends with Charlie. You just spent a week with him. Logan, we have some pictures, I think, that Bill sent us. That he sent by text to you and me. Bill, you just spent a week with Charlie in South Korea, correct?
Right. It was a Build Up Korea event led by Mina Kim, because their president that more or less got in through fraudulent means is turning South Korea pro-communist China, pro-communist North Korea, pro-Bill Gates vax, pro-trans agenda, and they're raiding the houses of pastors and seizing their cell phones and arresting them. So the pastor whose church I spoke at 9 days ago is now in jail in South Korea. Charlie Kirk met with him, Pastor Son, and so this is the situation that we were just together less than 4 days ago in South Korea. And then Charlie went from there to Japan, then back to the States to be in Idaho, or Utah rather, and this terrible shooting today. And I just want to encourage everyone to pray for Charlie Kirk. He's a great leader. He's making a tremendous impact. There are a lot of enemies, not just crazy people, but powerful enemies on an international level, even at this point, that don't like him. So we need to cover him with our prayers, cover him with the blood of Jesus, and pray for God's healing power to flow into Charlie Kirk's neck and his whole body, even right now.
Yeah, and just so you know, we have done that. We have stopped and get Leo home in, please. We have stopped and we have prayed. In fact, that's Leo calling me now. Leo, we're live on the air. Logan's about to call you. I just literally asked him to get you on the line. Come join the Zoom, Leo. Can you join the Zoom?
Oh, yeah. Let me get a little bit more.
All right. Fluid TV live, folks. That's how it is. We've already stopped and prayed for Charlie, Bill, and his family. Tell me more about Charlie. Tell me more about what he was, what explain to those who maybe don't follow his ministry or organization close enough. What is some of his dominant topics? Not just the LGBT, but he brings in people to talk about some Bible issues too, right?
Right. So 13 years ago, he started Turning Point. He is married to his wife, Erica. He has a beautiful daughter, Genevieve, and son, MacArthur, named
Okay, now I didn't
after
know that. I did not know he had
General
two
Douglas
children.
MacArthur.
I only knew about the one.
Yeah, his wife was Miss Arizona. She's just a tremendous Christian. She sends out Bible texts every day to a huge list of people. Charlie, years ago, I was speaking in Southern Illinois at a city hall where they had maybe 1,000 people. And at that point, I was the main speaker. And before I got up, they had the sort of the warm-up speaker. And it was this young guy who just graduated from high school. And some businessman had talked him into taking a year off before he went to college and give talks, because he was a very tremendous speaker. And I remember specifically having my laptop open, going through my notes and my PowerPoint like I always do before I get up and speak. And Charlie was speaking so captivatingly that I just couldn't concentrate on my notes. I closed the laptop and I just listened. And so I was just amazed at his ability to articulate conservative values at first. But there are the pictures there of the event there in Utah. So interrupt at any time. But so years ago, I was friends with Foster Friess, a great contributor to conservative causes, and he decided to get behind Charlie, and he started Turning Point in his garage, but would go onto college campuses and debate people, very much like he's doing today. But back then, it was very impromptu. He would go with Candace Owens and others, and just sort of man on the street would have somebody recording his interviews, and he was able to debate in very clear, concise talking points, refuting a lot of the leftist narrative. But his Turning Point organization has just grown. It's the largest organization of youth, engaged youth in the country, with chapters on high schools and colleges. And basically, he's giving a voice to people that hold those views but have been intimidated into silence, and he's been articulating them publicly in such a convincing way that the left hates him. So he is 31 years old, just an amazing person, strong Christian. I just got a text from him yesterday, because we would text scriptures back and forth to each other. And he said that was quoting from 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 16:9, for a wide and effectual door of work has opened for me, and there are many adversaries. I don't know if you can see, but that's his text.
Wow.
Just yesterday.
Read that verse one more time, because isn't that a foreshadowing almost, right? 1 Corinthians 16, verse 9.
Yeah, for a wide and effectual door of work has opened for me, and there are many adversaries. So there are adversaries, but this was just yesterday that I got the text from him, and I believe God that he's going to be healed and back up and at it. Probably will have more security the next time. But this is a battle that we're in. It's a battle for the heart and soul of America. There are people that have bad intentions, just like the person that killed that innocent refugee Ukrainian girl on the train. There are people who are bad with bad intentions, and many of them have gotten into politics, and many of them gotten into positions of power and leadership, and they don't like people who are challenging their power. But this is a spiritual battle, and I encourage everyone that we need to pray for these leaders. They're human, the same way all of us are, and they need our prayers.
Indeed. We are getting word from some of our listeners even that are scanning all the media outlets on the conservative Christian side. Apparently, we're getting a report that Pastor Jack Hibbs, a friend of ours who was just on the broadcast about 2 weeks ago, has put out that he has talked to one of Charlie's team members and it's not looking good. I think that kind of goes without saying, just based on the location of the shot where Charlie was hit and the volume of blood. But I just am kind of preparing the audience for what could be coming soon. Now, we have one of our listeners who is Joe, is saying that to look. Logan, did you read that? Did you read Joe's email? Because he says he thinks he can see the guy in the shot, matching it up with what is said to be the image. Was the man wearing a red hat? If you look over the red hat in the front row, can you circle that? Yeah. Can you see that? I see it. Can you circle it? See, my mouse is in front of it for those. I don't know if you guys can see that, but yeah, there does seem to be a bald guy with the hair on the sides, though. So if that was the guy that was that close, that would explain the accuracy. And it would make sense because he was supposedly asking a question. So again, that's kind of what we were asking earlier. How does a guy get that shot off unless he's super close? But one of our viewers thinks that might line up with wow. All right, let's go back to Dr. Hold there, Bill. Let's go back to Dr. Woods. Dr. Woods, any more thoughts? Anything you've been hearing or reading while off the air?
Well, very sadly, my wife has been looking at some of the comments that are being made, and they're ghoulish. I've never liked it when people use these kind of situations to almost dance in the blood of the victims to advance some kind of political agenda. I don't like it when they do it on the left. I don't like it when they do it on the right. It's like when we had our Texas tsunami, so to speak, 4th of July weekend, all of a sudden here come all the climate change people. Texas, they had it coming, and they weren't respecting the earth. And, so this is how the earth retaliated. I thought that was repulsive. I thought it was disgusting. I thought it was dehumanizing. And very, very sadly, when a shooting like this happens, here comes all the gun control people. Hey, he had it coming. He wasn't in favor of limits on gun rights. So look at what happens. It's karma. Nature retaliated. We really have to resist making comments like that. I realize that in the heat of the moment, people want to capitalize on these things to promote whatever it is agenda they're promoting, but it's a dehumanization. I mean, you're forgetting the fact that this guy is a human being. He's made in the image of God. He has a grieving wife. He's got 2 grieving children. He's got people that love him and are expecting him to come home, and he's not coming home. And so let's kind of separate policy from a person, and let's really resist making statements like this. Let's not seek to profit on someone's misfortune.
Indeed. Logan, I want to go back to the sound of the shot because I was not thinking that sounded like a pistol, but I'm not an arms expert. It's a .308, and with a .308 rifle. Well, I'm getting word that it was a rifle, and I'm not a gun expert, but the first time I heard the shot, I thought that sounds like a rifle, not a pistol. And now I'm getting people texting me saying they think it was a rifle too. Listen to the shot. Maybe boost the volume, Logan, please, for the shot.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
that rapport is too much. Sounds like a rifle, not a pistol. You want to get JJ Logan, or even Matt Torridio? Any of the other special forces guys we know, they would recognize that sound immediately. I'm going to play that again, Logan. Maybe boost the volume.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Yeah, that sounds like that. Again, I didn't say it earlier because I'm not an expert on guns or the way they sound. But my first initial thought was that sounds like a rifle, which was mean that this was not that this guy was he was obviously backing away. You do notice. Let's go back to that again because watch the heads of the guys. They look to their right.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God.
A lot of them look to the right, to their right. So again, and you know the thing here, Logan, is this. Does anyone? Can we get a picture of? Can we get a picture of that university? Because I hate to tell you this, guys. This was a setting that was too convenient. It's live TV. I'm thinking out loud and I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but this was a setting that was way too convenient. I'm a little shocked that security guys or anyone agreed to let him do this in this venue without glass. Can we zoom in on that? You can pull me down. Let's zoom in on that. Because he's got buildings all around him. There are too many perches. Do you know where the stage was compared to that picture right there, Logan? Because I don't think that's the right direction. There we go. Hold right there. Look at all the high visible spots. That's a security nightmare for that kind of
Brandon?
shooter. Yes, Andy.
Does this remind you a little bit of Butler, Pennsylvania?
100%, Andy. 100%. And I would not put it past the deep state, dark shadow government to do this. I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying I would not put it past them to be behind something like this in order to incite what it seems these people want, which is civil war, civil unrest, to incite the MAGA people. But that is look, I'm not an expert in security. I'm just a guy that's spoken enough and had security around to know what they've said and talked about. I have been there when they've said, we can't have that. He would be overshadowed by a high point. We can't put him in a spot where there's too much high ground. I've been in lobbies before one of my events where a SWAT team member told the officer in charge of a municipality, we have to deal with the higher ground.
Well, I'm wondering.
So this is a real problem when I'm looking at it from a security nightmare. Again, I know he probably didn't want to. And again, most public speakers don't think about these things as much as their family does and much as their security does. The public speakers tend to the personality is one of let's go. We got to get our job done. We're doing this. We're not going to be intimidated. We're going, right? So I would venture to guess that's him. But the family and the security are the ones that are generally look at those things and start getting nervous, particularly security guys. But why they did not have a bulletproof glass up for someone of this, whose threat level I'm sure was rather high, number one, because I know what ours is. His has got to be much higher. And in that setting, I'm shocked he didn't have glass, because that's a nightmare.
Well, the other thing I'm wondering is, it's a big school, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Why was it not done in an auditorium where you have a metal detector and one way in and out?
Because I'm guessing it is a matter of crowd size. That's a lot of people there. I'm just guessing.
Well, these big schools have big auditoriums.
Well, that's true. They do.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to change a lot in the conservative world as far as what goes on in the future. Let's bring in, don't go anywhere, guys. Let's go to JJ. Logan, I just sent you a picture of us with, I'm going to send you another one. Here is, I'm going to send you one now. This is Charlie on our motor coach. This is Charlie Kirk on our motor coach on June 12th, 2021. The one I just sent you, Logan. That's Charlie on our motor coach. And I sent you another picture of us with Charlie. You want to show those? Let's go to JJ Carroll. JJ, I mean, this is horrific. We were on the air when it broke. We've been covering it live ever since. I'm sure by now you've seen the video footage. I'm not an expert on guns, but my first thought when I heard that rapport was that sounds like a rifle. And then we started thinking that maybe it was someone closer because the shot. I've been, guessing with the audience here, thinking I'd like to know how close the shooter was, because if it's just an average individual who doesn't like Charlie, they either have marksmanship training or they got very lucky with their shot, because most people can't shoot. And then the more we started thinking about it and getting emails from our audience, they're saying to them that it sounds like a rifle. What does your expertise tell you?
Well, I thought the same thing when I saw it, and my wife played it for me. I was like, okay, just stop. Okay, now listen to it. Okay, that's a rifle. Then one of my friends that is in the world of guns texted me and said he has been told that it's a 308 round, so it's a rifle. And that's why you see that giant exit wound.
Yes.
So you have the entrance wound. And then when my wife said Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck, my first thought was, okay, he's dead. And my wife said, no, they said they don't know yet. And I looked at her and said, he's dead. I looked at the video and I said, he's dead. You don't, this is, people got to understand that bullet enters your neck. It's not exiting your neck at the same, it's an explosion. Your whole neck explodes.
So in other words, as bad as it looks in the front, you're saying the exit wound is far worse.
Oh, it's an explosion. You got to remember that bullet's piercing your neck. It's going through your throat, and then it's coming out. It has to exit, right? So it's coming in at a rate where it can pierce the skin, and it looks like, oh, it's not that big a deal. But on his side, if you watch it, his whole neck explodes. That unless God came down and healed him, there's no way that man's alive. You can see his arms come up.
They are saying he's dead. They are saying he's dead.
That's the voice of Leo Holman. I'm not a medical expert, but you guys know I've been prepping the audience and saying when I saw that I don't know how one survives that amount of blood loss, that you have to stop that amount of blood loss within seconds. So I did not anticipate he would survive.
No.
And now we're hearing from Leo Holman. Leo, bring our senior producer of the Worldview Report, bringing him in. You're hearing he has not made it, that Charlie Kirk is deceased. Leo? Go ahead, Leo.
Well, yeah, I'm just receiving updates from Telegram here, with the first ones now saying that Charlie Kirk did not survive that devastating wound.
Okay, let me go real quick. Bill Federer, you need to exit, Bill? Is Bill Federer still with us? Bill, I'm
still with you.
Do you need to go, Bill?
I can stay a little longer.
All right. Do you want to, we're now getting the word that he has not made it. Charlie Kirk has died. You want to respond?
I'm holding out and praying until I get any medical report.
How do you think?
I've texted people that I know and asked for a response, but I haven't how
how do you think this changes the landscape for public speakers in the conservative Christian world?
Well, more and more where I speak, there are armed security people. Many times I'll go to a church and the pastor will remind me that he has elders who are packing. This is common in other countries. In Mexico, before every election cycle, they have dozens of candidates that are assassinated. Many times as they go up the stairs to do a rally speech. It's a lawlessness that is, to be quite honest, it's judgment on a country. That throughout the Bible, if you hearken to the voice of the Lord as a nation, then the blessings and protection come. But if a nation does not hearken to the voice of the Lord, then the bad things happen. And so this is a sign of judgment on the country. And it needs to be responded to by immediate repentance from everyone.
I'm just, getting the response from our viewing audience, some of them who are friends texting, and the common theme is the same thing. My wife said the same thing. My editor, not knowing what my wife said, just said the same thing in a text. Sick to my stomach. This is the common theme coming in from the people on our team who don't even know how each other are responding, but I'm seeing the response come in, and that's the common theme, sick to my stomach. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah. Again, he's a dear friend, and he just texted me yesterday that verse from 1 Corinthians where it says, the Apostle Paul, that there's a great door of working for the Lord opportunity, but there are many adversaries. And
here's the verse.
He's aware that there's a fight.
1 Corinthians chapter 16, verse 9. He just texted this. Charlie just texted this to Bill Federer yesterday, our guest right now. For a great and effective door is open to me, and there are many adversaries.
They're talking about it.
Wow. Dr. Wood, Bill, let me know when you have to go, would you please?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and go now. So, but
and again,
please,
let me give my condolences to you, because I know Charlie was a very close personal friend. You were just with him for a week in South Korea last week, right?
Right.
Well, condolences to you, and we'll be praying for you and your family during this time, as well as obviously Charlie's family. But I want to give my condolences to you, and thank you for coming on here and talking about Charlie and his work and his life, and even your last communication with him texting a Bible verse to you. So thank you, Bill.
Yeah. All right.
Brandon, I got to go.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Sounds good. Dr. Woods is going to have to leave as well. Let's bring back in. I think we have Annie with us, as well as Leo. Leo, what are your thoughts on what has transpired from this standpoint? Wait, JJ, is JJ still with us? Let me go to JJ real quick first. JJ, I'm going to be, obviously, like everyone else, wanting to know everything we can about the shooter. Mm-hmm. But that is not, I don't know, you tell me. They say, depending on how far away, Butler was to Trump, the amateur could make that shot. I don't know. I don't know how far away it was. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this field. You are. Tell me, do you think this guy just got a good shot off, or you think he was trained? And again, I'm not, whether it's MK Ultra or whatever is the dark state and the bad people in the intelligence arena do, I think everything has to be investigated.
Yeah, everything, I call this a great awakening. I don't see anything is on the up and up in America anymore. Everything we've been told throughout our lives has been just a bold-faced lie. I want to say this, though. When are we going to fight back? When is the Christian right going to fight back? We're at war. And as much as I despise the demon left, and I know that they are spawned from the devil, there's no other explanation of killing babies, mutilating children, the sexual perversion. I don't even want to have that argument anymore. If you don't agree with me, just walk by me. We are in a war. When are we going to have the discussion that we have demons walking in our earth instead of I'm going to pray and I'm going to do this. God's so, I assure you, I'm not a theologian, but I have to believe in the God of the Old Testament is not sitting there going, I sure hope you guys are all praying. I hope you all, you gutless Republicans and you whiny Christians, I hope you're praying. No, those days are gone. We're at war. You don't understand that we're at war? How can you not? And I'll tell you this, I'm just waiting for the first rhino to come and tell me that we need to be calm. I can't wait. We are the first ones to advocate anything to the left because we're afraid. We're all afraid. Charlie Kirk wasn't afraid. You know what kind of guts it takes to continually go out in front of people and speak exactly what you believe, knowing that you're in the enemy's pit? He was winning. That's why he was killed, because he was winning. He went from having 50 to 100 students to having thousands. Those children are dying for the truth, and the truth is through Jesus Christ, and he is our Savior. But everyone's afraid to say that because we have to placate the Muslims, we have to placate the atheists, we have to placate everyone in the world, except we don't take care of our own. Why? Because we have become culturalized through societal crazy norms that we're the non-righteous people. We're the problem. No, we're not. The Democrats, the evil left, and the gutless Republicans are the problem. And if you don't think that we have Satan roaming this earth, you are an absolute abject fool.
Well, I'm already getting emails from family members asking me to cancel our national conference.
I don't think you do that. I think you get more security, and then your people get armed. I have armed security in my church. I am going to now carry at my church when I go on Sunday. I'm going to carry all the time now, all the time. And you should be ready. Brandon, your voice, your platform is big. You're going to tell me they're not going to come for you? I want your audience to understand. You may think because you don't have a TV show, you don't have a podcast, you don't write books, you don't do shows like Brandon does. But the moment you articulate that you believe in Jesus Christ, the moment you articulate that the Democrats are evil, you got a bullet. You got a bullseye in your back. Back of your head. Absolutely. They're not going to do it in your face. They're going to be like the savage in Charlotte. They're going to stab you while you're not looking. They're going to shoot you from afar so that your neck explodes on TV. Listen, Charlie Kirk has a wife and two children under like 2.5 years old. So now I got a widow and I got two children that are going to have to watch videos of their dad.
Yep.
Videos.
Yep.
And
we were mentioning, it's interesting, you and I are having so many of the same thoughts because you didn't know because you were on the air. And I said, this is a JFK moment. This video will be forever and his children and grandkids will see it.
Forever, because he was a leader. He was not everybody agreed with everything because no one agrees with everything. But he was a premier leader of the movement, of the conservative movement, the belief in Jesus Christ. In fact, he came to Jesus and his message of conservative values could not be removed from his belief in Jesus Christ. He was speaking in those terms. He's in heaven now. But I tell you, man, because I'm waiting, and I know this is going to happen faster than I know. These gutless Republicans and these whiny Christians are going to come out, and they're going to be saying, we need to be the forgiver, and Jesus wants us to turn the other cheek. Oh, hell, let's let him shoot us in the neck on the other side. I'm sure Jesus would want that. I'm so tired of living in this feminized, gay Jesus world.
You're so right. You're right. And turning the other cheek has nothing to do with this context at all. You're 100% right. Jesus asked the disciples, do you have a sword? If not, sell your cloak and go buy one. And it wasn't so they could fillet fish, okay? It was so they could defend themselves if necessary. And let's not forget, the right of self-defense was not given to the government. It was given first and foremost to us as individuals. When Noah and his family came off the ark, they were told, if man's blood is shed innocently, you shall shed their blood. In other words, someone kills someone, murders someone, not kills, murders. The Ten Commandments, thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not murder. If someone murders someone, you can take their life. There were no governments around. They just got off the boat. So the right to self-defense is given to the people, not the government. Government is simply an instrument created by men. God gave the template for what it is to be, but men create governments. We organize them, individuals coming together collectively to form a government to defend individual rights, not the rights of the collective, the rights of the individual. And so the idea of turn the other cheek, you're 100% right. Now, I don't know when we say conservatives have got to learn to fight back. I do believe, as we said last night, if there had been a man on that train when that gal was murdered in Charlotte, and he had pulled his pistol and told that guy to drop the knife, and that guy lunged at him and he shot and killed him, he would be on trial. You know what I'm saying? And his whole family could lose their life, savings, their house, everything. You know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of conservatives and Christians being a day late and a dollar short, while the left can raise millions and millions of dollars, and these organizations that do nothing can raise millions and millions of dollars. But conservatives have to lose everything if they just stand up and speak. And now they find like the guy. Can you imagine what the bills are for that guy, Mr. Penny, in New York? Can you imagine what his legal bills are?
Can I ask you something, though? From that time that Penny took down that savage black rat in the subway and killed him to right now, I think the whole world has changed, Brandon. I think it's all changed. And this, I'm looking at your screen, as this is transpiring, I believe America, I think historians are going to look back, Brandon, and say, yep, this was this when the girl got killed in Charlotte, and then this followed it. This was the turning point. I really believe that. I think now all bets are off. All of them, Brandon, are off. I would love to hear your thoughts, because I feel a change. And it's not me being angry that Charlie Kirk just got murdered. I've been saying this for the last couple of days and telling my wife, I don't know how to really articulate this, and I'm trying to figure out how to articulate it for my show, but something has changed. So I can feel it. I can look at X and see the words that people are using, choosing the words. No one is self-censoring anymore, Brandon. Everyone is just speaking truth. That's contagious. And then from that will become something that the left has no idea what's waiting for them. None. History proves that.
Now, we are getting reports from different sources saying that he is receiving blood and is stable. I have a really hard time thinking medically how that's possible, unless there was someone on the scene that was providing EMT, and they had all the right gear and everything right there, right then. But we have to come back and say, while there are reports he's deceased, other reports by people who are tied to the team and know people on his team are saying that he is stable.
I mean, God, please, God, let him be stable and be able to come out of this. But I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, Brandon, there's no way, man.
I agree with you. I mean, and I don't want to just keep playing it because it's so graphic, but I don't know how that's even possible, right? And the amount of blood loss and oxygen loss. I mean, even if he's, quote, stable and they've put him on, some kind of life support, you have to worry about brain damage at this point and all the organs.
Well, when my wife first showed me this video, I looked at her and I said, okay, he's dead. Look at his body slump over.
Yes, I saw that.
It's done. It's done. His arms jerked up. His body slumped over. He didn't even know it. Like, it was that instant. And you see the exit wound. Look, it's not an exit wound out of your leg, right? Like, that would be brutal on its own, but it's muscle and tissue and bone. It's your neck. It's your neck that's connecting to your brain, your stems, your spinal cord. Everything's there, that your esophagus. It's not like even a big guy has like a normal sized guy has a neck that's like 17, 18. That's a big, strong dude. That's 18 inches. He just got half of his neck blown off. Like, he exploded out the side. If you can show it again, I know it's graphic, but for your audience to understand, this guy used a .308 round. from a distance.
I just don't know even medically if you had a team on scene that they could stop that amount of blood flow. I mean, people, again, that is a massive amount of blood lost in seconds, and then and yet it would keep going after the camera turned away. I just don't know how you can survive that. But again, we are praying, and we're praying for a miracle, and maybe we're going to see a miracle. I don't know.
Are you not? Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
As a guy that's been in this business for a very long time and been one of the leading voices, are you not pissed off? Like
I am, but I'm on the air. I am, but I'm on the air, and so but I'm not only pissed off. I'm emotional because I'm human, and I knew Charlie. Do we have can we show those pictures, Logan? I can show you of me with Charlie at one of our events with Mike Lindell and I that we organized. Logan and I organized it. I can show you a picture of him on my motor coach, sitting on our motor coach. So, yeah, I'm angry, but I'm also emotional because I knew the man.
Yeah.
I didn't know him as well as Bill Federer did. Did I agree with him on everything? No. In public, people don't always agree. I mean, Donald Trump's surrounded by people in his own administration that have criticized him before and then end up in his administration. But public people do that. We disagree. We argue the ideas and the issues, right?
Yeah, we have a discussion. If we don't like each other, we can discuss, and we can go have dinner if we want to, if we're not that far apart.
Yep.
And even if we are far apart, we get along. The left, and I need to repeat this again.
But I'm also emotional because I'm feeling for his wife and children right now.
Yeah, his children, they're never going to know his father. They can watch videos till they're 100 years old. They're never going to know his father. Like, his father's not going to walk his daughter down the aisle. It's not going to happen. It's done. His beautiful wife has to now go on with life. And
he was killed because he what? Why? He was killed. Why? Because he wanted freedom? Because he believed in traditional sexuality? Because he opposed communism? I mean, he was just over in South Korea fighting the communists in South Korea.
Well, I had an interesting interview.
There is a picture of Charlie and I together in June of 2021. He's a tall guy. There he is on my motor coach. The next picture.
Isn't about 6'5", I think, or was 6'5"?
When I'm at their shoulder height, I just stopped even counting.
You know what?
Guy. The other ones are of him on our motor coach, Logan. Go to that one.
He was a trailblazer. That's what he was. He was ahead of his time, like literally ahead of his time. And what he created was it's just amazing what he created. Just from a business perspective, and a movement perspective, it is unmatched. And I believe.
Let me ask you this, JJ. Do you believe, and I'm just going to speak bluntly because at this point I don't give a rat's rear. I have told my family one of my wishes in life is, I have two wishes of many, but one is to be raptured out of here and the Lord just calls the church home. That's my eschatology. People don't have to agree with it. The other one is to die in my own bed as an old man. And I said that to my family so many times during the Biden regime. I said, I just want to die in my own bed as an old man, see my kids grow up, my grandkids. But I said, I don't think I'm going to get that opportunity. And I've said that my greatest fear is that the government will have me killed. That's either the Islamist, which someone sent a guy from Saudi Arabia into our event. He filmed it with his Quran and panned the crowd. So I think he had got permission to do that from a religious imam. So it's either going to be Islam, the Marxists, or the government. And I've told my family the one that's more likely to have me killed is the government. What do you think of that?
10 years ago, I would say you're crazy. Right now, I say that is, if you do not think that, you're a fool. You're a fool. I believe our government, and I've said this because you have allowed me this platform on Worldview Tube for my show. I've said it over and over and over again, and it's in my book and on my speeches. The greatest enemy of the republic is our own government. Our own government is corrupt to the core. It is run by pedophiles, thieves, and traitors. That's the truth. Absolutely. And Brandon, if Biden had, or Kamala, whoever the hell they were going to run, had cheated enough, you and all the conservatives would already be in jail.
Yep.
They'd already be. That's not even. I can remember as my platform gets bigger and bigger. It's not where you are at, never near Charlie Kirk, but it's growing. And I remember having some anxiety on the election night, and I'm a guy that rarely has anxiety, and I was like, what is going on? I was sitting in my chair and I was writing some article, and I was like, what's going on? And it hit me, oh dear God, if this woman wins, there's a better chance than not that something's going to come knocking on my door at 6 a.m.
That's exactly right. Let me tell you something. I had Logan, I have that clip. Yep, I have that clip too, but I also am going to text you, Logan. I want to see if this is true or fake news that President Trump has just signed an executive order related to this. This audience needs to understand what you just said is what my family and I dealt with during the whole Biden regime. Every night we would go to bed thinking, well, tomorrow morning we wake up to our door being kicked in by the federal government.
Well, on top of that needs to be said, who is the enforcement arm of the federal government? The federal agents. Where were the federal agents when they should have been upholding their constitutional sworn oath to not follow unconstitutional orders? And they didn't. That's another topic. I'm being told, just so you know, from a guy that I really, really respect, and the people around him are all top tier special forces guy. This is what he says. There's no way to survive that. Talking about Charlie Kirk. Paramedics are saying he was already in rigor when they got to him.
What does rigor mean?
I mean, like rigor mortis. Like he was already bled out, and all the organs, everything was shut down, and his body was already beginning the decomposition.
And that's consistent with the graphic, horrific video. That's all consistent.
Well, if Logan could pull up, he can just go online and look at a 308 round and pull that picture up. I want your audience, if this is true, that was a 308, which I'm being told it was, but I can't confirm it. But if it's a rifle round, so it's a 223 or it's a 308. When you see the size of this bullet, the bullet has to exit the neck.
They're used for deer hunting. Isn't a 308 used for deer hunting?
Yeah, this is all rifle, long range.
I think I own a 308, don't I, Logan? Logan? Kirk. Have him killed.
Well, Brandon, I was listening to you speaking to one of the other guests and said, well, does this look like Butler? Well, let me just say this on Butler. Everything that could have happened wrong happened wrong. Yeah, it's a 308. So that's going to, after the shell is discharged from the weapon. It's a
small missile. It's a small miniaturized missile.
Yeah. So when that leaves your body, that is what does all the damage. right? Obviously, the damage is when it's going through your body, but the exit, the explosion, that's when you see Charlie Kirk, when you see that blood and you can see the skin, it's the explosion of the exit wound that's going to cause a significant or all the damage. I mean, oh, boy.
Let me bring in Annie, Cyrus, and Leo real quick, guys. Don't go anywhere, JJ. Pardon? We don't have Leo? Well, can we get him back? All right, let's get Annie, please. She's texting me right now. Okay, Annie, let's go to you. Hey, Annie.
Hi, Brennan.
Annie, do you remember how many times that we talked about in the last year that we should expect the assassination of, or the attempted assassination of conservatives and conservative speakers and podcasters? I mean, Logan, can you pull any of those up? Because Annie and I, we've discussed it 2 or 3 times in the last few months, that we felt that was the next phase.
Yes, we have. And I just want to add something from my side. You guys have done amazing covering this coverage. But one, allow me to share Dr. Federer's thought process. I will personally hold off on condolences until it is clear. Main reason, I have seen bigger miracles. Remember the Afghan girl who was shot in the face, exit wound back of her head, who survived? Malala, who's still out there fighting for girls' rights in Afghanistan. Miracles do happen. And another thing I want to say, I agree with everything you're saying. However, based on police report, the enter wound was not his neck. So it was an enter and exit through neck. It was upper chest. The bullet went through upper chest, exiting the neck. Not much better, but it is better than from one side of neck to the other side.
Wait a minute. I got to wrap my mind around that for a second. JJ, come back in here. How do you, so was the shooter, if you have it hitting you in the chest and exiting your neck.
Upper chest, go upper on your hand.
Then that means the shooter would have been below him. The shooter would have been below him.
I don't believe that's true. And I just got a new video. I just sent it to Logan. Take a look at it. It's from the side where he gets shot. And you guys tell me what you think. It's actually a direct line of sight into his right side of his neck when he gets shot. But I don't know. You guys take a look at it and tell me what you think.
Logan, do we have it? He's grabbing it. Yeah. I don't know who's saying that, but Annie, but I don't believe it.
It was, before I joined you, I was listening to the live call from the campus. Mm-hmm. And it was the few witnesses, people who were there, which, by the way, I should add, this is even more strange because one of the witnesses said about 97% of crowd were friendly. How does this happen at a friendly and not hostile event? Again, I don't know. But then the one of the campus police said that's their initial information is that the bullet went through upper chest, exited from the left side of the neck. And again, even with that, I would like not to have false hope, but I've seen miracles of gunshots.
Yep.
Worse, as I said, Malala, she was shot point blank in the face, exit wound back of the head, and she's still out there almost 19 years later. So let's hold on to hope and not give up on Lord's healing power.
Let's keep praying. I want to bring in Annie, and Leo's going to come back. Here's how the corporate media. You ready for this, JJ?
I'm ready. I can't wait.
Yeah. Remember, my mom's listening. Here we go.
Okay.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea.
Here's another one.
Logan, you know what? Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. If you don't hate the left enough, I don't know what is wrong with you. And I know hate is a bad thing. I don't care. I'm telling you, if you do not hate
it's good to hate evil. No, the Bible says we should hate evil, and this is evil. And, it's like, what do they think? These people are a bunch of toothless, tobacco-spitting, wife-beater-wearing, knuckle-dragging, morons that run around with their pistols and guns and rifles, shooting them in the air, because they're it's kind of like Wrong Turn. It's like Wrong Turn, and they're playing with sticks of dynamite and shooting rifles up in the air because this is just how low level conservatives are. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
The thing, Brandon, can I say that we're not helping the situation either? While the left is out there setting up a narrative for themselves, we're barely getting any updates.
We're barely getting any updates.
Exactly. I mean, it's been, looking at my clock, it's been about 7 minutes more than 3 hours since this happened. Where are the accurate
updates? Wait a minute, Logan, didn't we break it literally seconds after it happened while we were on the air? We broke it at like it was what?
Okay, I'm sorry.
1:30 Central. 1:30 Central is when we broke it.
It's been a little over 2 hours. Why is there zero updates? From his team, from the police, anything?
Because I think they're, in my opinion, is they're waiting till they can contact all the necessary relatives and everybody's been, and obviously someone has to make the decision to announce this. No.
I'm not talking about if he's alive or not. I'm talking about they're claiming that they arrested the shooter, right? Mm-hmm. And when you watch the video, the only thing this man has to say is, I have the right to remain silent. No kidding. Yes, you do. Where is the rest of the information? Where is the rifle? Did they discover the rifle? Because
when these questions, when they're not answered, Annie, you know what the answer. When those questions are not answered and starts becoming very foggy and murky, what does that tell you? Who was behind it?
That tells me that they are buying the mainstream media enough time to put together the perfect narrative.
But didn't we see this? That's my point. Didn't we see this Leo Holman coming in? Didn't we see this Butler? A man tries to assassinate the leading presidential candidate and for the Republicans, the candidate and the former president. And everything got very murky, very, very fast. And now we don't even talk about it. And I think the government was behind that. We had people saying that was inside job. And if the questions aren't being answered quickly on this, who's the guy? Where's the rifle? Where was he? Then you can expect it points more and more to this was the government.
I hope not, Brandon. I mean, I'm very concerned about not just what we've heard so far, but where this is heading. The left, they're already celebrating. They're saying unbelievable things like Charlie Kirk got shot because of his views. I mean, I guess conservatives aren't allowed to have views now in America. Is that where we're at? And if you're a well-known, high-profile person with certain views, you're taking your life in your hands every time you make a public appearance. And so I think other people are going to be targeted, possibly in the days and weeks ahead. I don't think this is the end of it.
Let me just remind everybody, today is September 10th. Tomorrow is
listen
September
back.
11th.
Here we go. Logan, you have a microphone in there, Logan?
That's a great point, Annie.
What did she just say? I was talking to Logan.
I didn't hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I said, let's keep in mind, today is September 10th and tomorrow is September 11th.
And that's exactly what I said earlier in the broadcast. Yeah. Isn't it interesting today, September 10th? Tomorrow's 9/11. Logan, can you get a microphone in there? So that you can talk, because you're digging up too much stuff. We would just have you say it. All right, here it is. Breaking news. The police have, so far away, I can't read it, have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter. According to Scott, what is his name? Trotter, a university spokesman, New York Times. Well, why was he saying I have the right to remain silent if he wasn't the shooter? That's weird.
Because could be, if I was that guy, I would probably say the same thing. With all that chaos going on, I better say nothing. However, I just asked, I'm like, where is the rifle if he was the shooter? You don't see a rifle around him. You don't see the police officer holding the rifle. So technically the shooter is out there.
Annie, do you think that this is a lone shooter, or do you think this is a guy that has been put up to it by darker forces inside our government that are that are not under the control of the president or his administration, which we know that's the case. We know this government runs on its own. The president is not in the full executive officer or commander-in-chief of this government. Hasn't been since 1963 when Kennedy was assassinated.
I don't believe in lone shooters ever. There is no, sir. Nobody wakes
When
up
I
in
say
the morning
lone
and
shooter,
say, I'm just going to go.
Yeah, but I mean, I put that on quote, air quotes, lone shooter.
Yes.
Do you believe this so-called shooter or lone shooter or whoever is operating as simply a lone wolf? Or do you think there are reasons to believe that this is the kind of thing that our own dark government, the shadow government, would be behind?
Of course they would be behind it. Let me remind you a sentence Charlie Kirk said. Again, I have disagreed with him on many things. During the 12 Days War, I actually wrote a piece correcting his, historical facts. But he did say, remember, it wasn't even long ago, maybe 2-3 months ago, he said, left will use Islam as the sword to kill America. Let me repeat what he said. Yep. Left will use Islam as the sword that will kill America. Right there, red-green axis, which we already know, that is our shadow government.
Well,
so
you
yes,
and I have
he
been
was
saying,
put up to.
You and I have been saying this for years on the red-green axis, before most of the people in the conservative movement even knew what the red-green axis was. You and I have been saying it. So you and I know this to be true. He now was saying it. Leo, you were writing about some of this stuff in your book in 2017 that got banned from Amazon.
Absolutely. I said that Islam was going to be used and was already being used at that point, 2017, as a battering ram by the globalists against really the last line of resistance in America, which is the, Christian, patriotic, law-abiding, God-fearing Americans. So yeah, they need to dispose of them. They've been killing them with death shots and poisons and every other manner of death. But, in the end, they still have a voice. We still live in a country with a First Amendment. And you have people like Charlie Kirk getting up in front of thousands of people speaking truth. And so he's being taken out. God help us.
God help us. You're right.
We got to heal our country.
Logan, you have a video for us? This is a different suspected shooter? The same one, what he was saying? Okay, if he's not the shooter, why is he saying this is the question? Here we go.
We don't know if it's him or not. We don't know if it's him or not. Shoot me! Shoot me! Shoot me! What's that? We don't know if it's him or not.
He's saying, shoot me?
Yes, he's saying, shoot me.
Shoot me! What's that? We don't know if it's him or not.
You don't have to what? We don't know if it's him or not, though, huh?
That old man shot him from 200 yards away. I'm supposed to believe that too?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Right.
Now, I could say maybe the emotional moment, being a fan, if he was a fan of Charlie Kirk, he could have been talking to the shooter, asking the shooter to shoot him too. Just a mental moment that I figured maybe that's why he's saying shoot me.
He's got his pants down around his ankle. Here's the
He looks like a slob.
Is this the same clip video? Logan,
he's the same guy.
How dare you! 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 You're such a monster! What a monster! Such a monster!
But that's a different guy than we saw earlier.
Supposed to be the same guy.
Looks the same.
I mean, he looks about the same age and he has the same white hair, white balding hair, but it doesn't look the same otherwise. Can we see a video again of that first guy?
Yes, we can bring that out.
This guy looks heavier and
Logan, do we have a video of him the first time?
I mean, maybe it is the same one, but he just looks heavier.
Is that him? Same shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, and the pants is already around his ankles.
Okay. Well, if that's the first video, then it's certainly the same guy. Yeah. Okay. So it is the same guy.
Yeah, I don't think that guy made a shot from 200 yards away. Do you, JJ?
No. And I'm looking at the internet as I'm going through respected X posts, and they're saying Turning Point USA is saying Charlie Kirk is stabilizing but in critical condition. I don't know what to believe anymore.
That just doesn't make sense.
Makes no sense to me. None.
No, I mean, if you see that video, the blood is rushing out like a fire hose, like water out of a fire hose. And and like JJ said, that's just the entry wound, not the exit wound. So I just don't understand how you even get stabilized from that.
Well, I was
barring
saying
a miracle.
You could have
maybe it's a miracle.
EMT. You could have EMT standing there, and I'm not sure you could survive that.
I mean, I pray that I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm looking. I'm talking to guys on special forces and stuff, and they're saying, "No way, bro. That guy's dead. There's no way he's making it through there." Okay, and I'm just looking at the exit wound, and I'm just like, there's just. But you know what? When you played that clip of the liberal newscast, I think that's important to show the audience, because our nation is that divided. Our nation has become so polarized. And I told my wife this just yesterday after my show, Brandon. I said, if we continue down this path, which we are, nobody's getting off the train. There is nothing but war at the end. Destruction at the end.
You've been saying for a while you think civil war is coming.
Yes, and I've had this discussions with people that I really respect, and we all come to the same thing. It's not going to be, hey, the guys are in the blue and the guys are in the red, and we're going to shoot each other. It's not going to be that civil war. It's going to be something I don't really know, to be quite honest, but it is coming. You can feel it. And it's going to be racial. It's going to be cultural. It's going to be society. It's going to be class. It's going to be everything. Look around. Everything that's happening in the world is coming to America. France is on fire. Nepal's being burnt down. People are protesting like crazy. It's going to come here. And I believe it's going to be accelerated. And I think the Charlotte killing and now this shooting right now is going to be, the fuse has been lit. We can't go down this path any farther without massive bloodshed and kinetic violent conflict. This isn't what I believe, this is just critical thinking 101. Here's the facts. This is where we're going. What do you think the outcome is?
What? Wait a minute. I'm friends with the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting. Hold on, guys.
John Solomon is reporting that now that Charlie has passed.
Hold on, guys.
Well, if John Sullivan says
can you join? We're live on TV. Can you join the Zoom link?
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes.
Okay, joining. Charlie, David Pine just texted me, said, I'm friends with the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting.
What?
Well.
And David, that was David.
The real suspect or the suspect they're now saying it's not the suspect?
Well, I'm just telling you, he said, I'm friends with the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting. And you just heard me call him and say, can you join the Zoom meeting? He said, give me 5 minutes.
While we wait for David Pine, can I follow up with what JJ was saying? JJ, I 100% agree with you, but would you agree that it's not coming? It already started?
Yes, I will. I will say that it's already started. We just haven't seen the quote official flag being held. Okay, we're in a civil war.
We just haven't retaliated yet. The war started, but our side have not started retaliation yet. And
that's a great point.
We wait. Thank you, because New Year's Eve, when what happened in New Orleans, I said this is the beginning of the civil war we've been warning about. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? We just keep waiting How many people have they actually killed in our soil?
Can I?
Attempts?
Well, let me take you to our own database. Well, hey, can someone make it so it's my computer, not that?
We need to find out.
What is that?
I think
Somebody get to the board, guys.
That took place hours.
I don't know what that's. Hang on, guys. Somebody push it to my computer. Thank you. So my computer button works. All right, there we go. Now look at this, guys. If they want to pull that audio out of my ear, it'd be great. Okay, thank you. Look at this, guys. This is our broadcast, February 12th, 2024. Talking about political assassinations. Let me come down here because I know we got it in here. I just saw it. Here we go. June 2nd, 2020. Next stage will be bombings and political assassinations. June 2nd, June 3rd, same thing. And you and I, Annie, have talked about this. The political assassinations. So this fits the Marxist playbook, is what I'm saying, Annie.
Absolutely. It does. But again, I'm doing what I always do. I'm trying to hold us accountable as well for constantly looking the other way, looking the other way, looking the other way, looking the other way. How many more? There were 3 assassination attempts on President Trump during his campaign. I think the reaction, there was a lack of reaction.
Rav,
right now, let me ask you this.
Well, just one second, Annie. Rav, which hosts his show, has put out that Charlie Kirk has passed away.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's the second time we've had to announce that. I don't know why anyone would put out anything other than, I have no idea why anybody would do that and give people false hope, but they did. Leo, what are you saying?
Press. The Associated Press put out an article minutes ago saying he was stabilized. So that tells you what they're worth. But I agree with what Annie and JJ are saying. I think we're already in civil war, but it's going to the next level of civil war now, where you have high-level targeted assassinations of high-profile figures. I remember you were interviewing Lara Logan, Brannon, last year, and she said that when you see high-level, high-profile figures being targeted for assassination, whether successful or not, that is an indication that we're going to the next stage of civil war.
In my book on grave influence, look at this, guys. We posted this in 2015. I wrote that book in 2008. Margaret Sanger, she's the founder of Planned Parenthood. Guess what she was for? In issues to follow, she published articles on sexual liberation, social revolution, contraception, and 2 articles that defended political assassinations. So this has been in the left of the bloodstream of the left a long time. And yet they still give out the Margaret Sanger Award. Logan, we're waiting on David Pine. He says he is friends with the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting. So obviously we're going to be getting a scoop here. Logan, you might want to push a notification on that one. Can you bring up the very beginning, Logan, of my documentary Sabotage with Daniel Greenfield? Because that is how that documentary that came out in November of 2018 start. That we are in a civil war already. People say, well, there's no shooting yet. Daniel Greenfield says that's how a civil war ends. Before we get to that, what do you make of this, Leo? Margaret Sanger, the hero of the left, was calling in her articles for political assassinations.
Well, it just shows you the mind and the heart of the political left. They've always been violent. They've always considered violence to be a legitimate tool of their revolutionary actions. And when the time is right for them, I don't know how the command chain works. I don't know how the orders go out. But all I know is they don't hesitate to follow those orders and jump into action and commit acts of terror, acts of horrific violence like we've seen today. And, I don't think it's going to end here, Brandon. I don't think it's going to end well for America.
We're trying to get Mike Lindell. Logan is that Mike you're talking to? Logan is talking to Mike Lindell in the control room because Mike also is very close friends with Charlie.
Brandon, have you been following as Logan pushed out anything to you? The MSNBC network and all the regular hacks, they're all saying that in a way that he deserved this, that he brought this to himself.
Logan says in my ear, we have a clip of that. Let's roll it.
But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Can you hate that man enough?
No.
Can you?
No.
Can you hate him enough?
And
what was his hateful stuff?
JJ, these are the kind of people, in my belief, in my opinion, these are the kind of people, if they had the power, would have every one of us on this panel and everyone listening that agrees with us on the issues we report on here, or the majority of the issues they agree with. They would have us all arrested, incarcerated if they have the power to do it.
No, there's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt, because they hear what he said. We're hate speech. We're hate mongers. I hope your audience knows, and I'm sure they do, as much as we despise them, like how much hate that I have for them, they hate me as much.
Yep.
They
all right.
equally despise us.
You guys are about to be involved in a panel. Let's keep us all on the screen together. We're about to be involved in a panel that's likely going to go absolutely viral, because I think we're probably getting the first report here. David Pine, one of our national security experts, regularly, he was going to be on the broadcast, Brand House Live tonight. He's joining us here right now at 3:28 Central, 4:28 Eastern Standard. You texted me and you said, I am friends with the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting. David, the floor is yours. Everyone wants to know what that means.
Yeah, so the suspect that was arrested and is was initially believed to be the shooter in the Charlie Kirk shooting is someone who is a longtime Republican activist. He's someone that everyone knows, every Utah politician knows. I saw Jason Chaffetz being interviewed. He likely knows him as well. This is someone who's a little bit eccentric, I would say, but I think he's a loyal Republican. I would not say he's a conservative. He seems more to be a moderate. But I actually sat by him at the Republican National Convention just this past July. Wow. And yeah, there was, some conservatives he disagreed with, but none vehemently. I would say, as I said, he is a little eccentric, but I think the chances that he's the shooter in this case are really minimal. He's 71. He's not in the best health, and not super capable physically. So I think that I've heard conflicting reports that he may have been released, and that the real shooter is still at large, and that is my suspicion as well.
And no indication as to why they nabbed him?
No, I just saw videos of him being arrested, held upside down by 4 police officers. I heard him being yelled at by, Charlie Kirk supporters. How could you do this? You're a monster. I didn't see him say a word. I didn't see him say, I'm innocent in the videos, or I didn't do it. It's possible that he did it, but I think the chances are really, really quite low.
Well, the only thing we've heard him say on video that we've seen available is him saying, I have the right to remain silent. And then another video has him saying to the people, I guess, that are yelling at him, well, just shoot me then, shoot me.
Yeah, I mean, he is a little bit nuts. He spoke to me at length. He was sitting behind me, to my right, I think, at one point during the convention. Obviously, the convention is really, really long. We have different places we sit. We were both alternate national delegates from Utah. And at one point, he was kind of passive aggressive. He was saying, "You're not talking back to me. You're not listening to me. You're ignoring me." So he certainly had some traits that were, abnormal. But based on what I've heard, his ability to walk is not that great.
But you are saying that he
doesn't fit the profile.
Okay, doesn't fit the profile. But you are saying he could take quick offense for when there was no offense intended, right?
Yes, I would say that. But I would say that he's harmless. I mean, he did raise his voice when he said, "You're ignoring me," and I just kind of kept ignoring him because he was talking a little bit gibberish, and I didn't want to egg him on.
Do you think he has mental stability issues?
I think he has some limited mental issues. Again, I don't want to identify him just yet, but I do know him personally. I've attended meetings with him almost since I moved back to Utah back in 2008.
Does he have any kind of record that you know of?
So I looked him up online, and there was reference to potential recent mugshots and arrests I just looked that up within the last hour. And I've seen no records as to that, but I just in an AI search, that's what came up.
Was that he was recently arrested?
That there were recent records of arrests and mugshots. So,
would this guy make the perfect patsy?
That's what I would say. I would say that he would be an ideal person to frame by a left-wing assassin. Obviously this was a high-powered rifle that was fired from 200 yards away. Not the hardest shot to make, but obviously it's not some random leftist. It was someone who was quite proficient in firearms.
That's what we started saying immediately. I did, because I've been around enough police officers. I've fired enough, been at the range enough, and been around enough police officers who tell me that the average police officer doesn't have a very good shot at hitting you. If you run and zig and zag, the chances of them hitting you are kind of slim. And so I'm thinking and said to my audience, when I saw that shot, that was someone that was either very, very close or this was a trained shooter. I mean, the likelihood of hitting Charlie the first shot by the average person is rare. Would you agree with that, JJ?
Brandon, I'm listening to this and I agree. And I just sent a picture to Logan. If Logan can pull that up, you're telling me that if this was 200 yards away, this old man shot a rifle and hit somebody with a diameter of maybe this much. This is from 200 yards away. You're right, Brandon. I've gone to the range for 24 years, 4 times every single year for 24 years. There is hardly anybody that can sit there, and you have to be perfectly still. Nobody's talking to you. You have your sights perfectly away. We shoot at 50 yards away, Brandon. 50 for our qualifying, not 200 yards away. And people are not hitting the mark at 50 yards away with perfect sights and scopes. This idea that this picture of this old man, it doesn't pass the smell test. It just doesn't. Maybe he is, but I'm just telling you, do not believe anything that you see or told. Nothing. Fact check everything. Just like that skinny little boy crawled up on top of a roof and shot President Trump through his ear. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and they had to go up there and wash the blood down right away and somehow call the overlook guys out of the room so they wouldn't see him climbing up there. I mean, it was such an inside job. But have you heard any more about that? I mean, even you would think President Trump would still be talking about that and saying, I'm getting to the bottom of it. But he doesn't even talk about it anymore. Has he been told not to talk about it?
Well, it never happened, right? Let's just move on. That's the left. That's the beautiful of the left. Let's just move on and let's demonize them. I mean, MSNBC and all the Yahoo networks, they're all saying he deserved it. He brought it on himself. They're disgusting. If you can't hate the left enough, I don't know what you have the problem. You're a problem.
Yep.
You're absolutely a problem.
And now we're hearing that the suspect is not the shooter is not in custody. That's being put out there. I mean, this is now being reported openly.
That's out there, yeah.
Yep. So if the shooter was able to get this shot off and get away, you think he was able to do this all by himself? All by himself with all those people around and all the people got cell phones. And I'm sure they had some police stationed around with a crowd that big. There was some other security. So this guy was able to do this, get this shot off from a location, not be identified, and get away. And this was just some amateur that walked in there and did this. Right. No, this was this our own government? Was it a foreign government? We just had Bill Federer on here, David. If you know Bill Federer, he was just on here telling us that he was with Charlie for a week in South Korea, taking on the communists that are trying to take over South Korea. What are your thoughts on that?
Charlie Kirk is he's an America First conservative hero. He was instrumental in helping get President Trump and J.D. Vance elected to office in the last campaign. And, my prayers are with him. Multiple reports have him in critical condition. My wife is a longtime registered nurse. She says he's likely in surgery, fighting for his life. Just looking up the suspect, or at least the initial suspect that I'm friends with, says that he was arrested in 2013 for threatening to help place bombs near the finish line of the Salt Lake City Marathon. So then there was another arrest as well, and then misdemeanor offenses relating to trespassing. So just that one threat of violence in 2013 that he was arrested for. Again, I have multiple friends. I've been emailing and messaging, and not one of us think that he could have done it. But it's always possible that someone with mental issues has a psychotic break. But it sounds like latest reports say that the real shooter is not in custody. So I'm happy to hear that. Happy to hear that it's not my friend.
And we are hearing this man whom they did arrest was not the shooter per police.
Brandon, I want everyone, if you can, I don't know if Logan can pull up the side shot of Charlie Kirk, not when he's getting shot, but it's from his left looking out. If you're looking at Charlie Kirk from his left where the exit wound is out. Can you maybe, Logan, show the view of, if I had a camera and I was looking at Charlie Kirk over his left shoulder and into the crowd, the line of sight, that's what we need to be looking at. How could you shoot a rifle line of sight? Because the bullet didn't go downward, right? So if he's high up, that bullet has to come down, and the exit wound the entry would have been high up on his head and the exit wound. So his line of sight, that's what we need to look at. How in the hell did somebody get a round off in amongst of thousands of people and no one knows or no one saw it? Makes no sense to me when you look at it from that angle. And there's an angle, I'll try to find it again and send it to Logan, where the camera, someone's filming Charlie Kirk from his left before he gets shot. And that's the first thing that jumped out at me is, wow, look at that sight line. Because his canopy blocks his sight of line. So you would have to shoot through the canopy. I don't see a bullet coming through the canopy. And again, if that exit wound, you would have to enter so high up. It looks like the entry wound is like in the middle of his neck. So it's almost like a straight linear shot at Charlie Kirk. I'm just looking at it from a shot.
And just so the crowd knows, a reason you're not hearing me talk while I'm talking is because I muted myself because I'm booking in the next guest. But I was hearing what you were saying. We are trying to get Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman on. He is an expert. He's the one that wrote the book Killology, and he's an expert on guns. He makes guns. He has his own range in his house that he was able to scope in guns. He's an expert, and he does know this happened. He was just teaching a class, and I just asked him, "Are you aware of this?" He says he is. Logan, if you can send him a Zoom link, let us know when you got him. We'll get him on because I want him to speak to this from that spot of where you were just speaking. So if you look at the building, if we go back to the pictures, Logan, do we have pictures of the here we go. Here's one. Where look at that. JJ, that is a security nightmare.
Yeah.
Now look at the tent is right there. So this is a good picture because look at all the options you have there. That shooter could have been all the way back there, could he not? I mean, look how far away that building is back there, JJ.
Yeah, I mean, but see, that old man would have definitely been able to shoot it from if he's on top of that building. I'm sure that 71-year-old man would have been able to shoot him clean. You see the absurdity of everything. Now, you're right. Now they're saying, no, that guy's not the shooter. There's multiple sources saying he's not the shooter.
But look at all these opportunities up here to do this. And now, again, I don't know how far away those mountain ranges are, but don't some of these guys, aren't they trained to shoot from a couple miles away, JJ?
It's about 2 miles away. I think that's the longest kill. That's way past 2 miles. But again,
the lower mountain ranges are the lower ones down here.
I would think that's way past 2 miles. Yeah, I'm trying to find.
But we also heard the shot. Would you have heard the shot if it came from that far away? You would have never heard it, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't. There were no echo from 2 miles away. It'd be silent.
So in other words, because we could hear the report as we did, it had to have come from in this vicinity, correct?
I would guess. Like, I'm not an expert on guns, but when I listened to it and listened to it and listened to it, it sounded close enough to where you're like, okay, he's within that the
Wow.
grouping of these people. But I'm trying to find this video again because it's so powerful to see it.
Were you trying to say something, David?
Yeah, I'm just looking at your screen that's saying that President Trump announcing that Charlie Kirk has passed away. So my prayers are with his family.
Mm. But we should start getting answers or at least a press briefing from the police soon. And if they don't handle this correctly, then this is going to spiral and be nothing but a conspiracy again, whether it's Butler, Las Vegas. I mean, how many of these things have happened and we never hear about them ever again? It's over. But do you really think Charlie Kirk's supporters are going to just let this go, Annie?
I know that they called in FBI, so I'm guessing they don't even trust the local police or the university police to handle this. Forgive me, I'm just going to say what my gut feeling is saying. This isn't going to go anywhere. We're not going to get answers. This is going to get covered up. Couple of days, people are going to be fired up, and we're all going to go back to normal. I am so sorry to say this, but America has become comfortably numb to murder, to bloodbath, and they will find something else to get their attention, left or right, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't believe anything is going to come out of this. My now it's been officially announced. My heart really goes out to his wife and children, and regardless of what I agreed or disagreed with him, he did much good for this country.
Yep.
No one deserves to be taken out like this. And I plead to my fellow Americans, pray. I will too. But prayers without actions are useless. So start taking action. Hold this government accountable. Enough of people dying.
Well, you and I.
What does that look like?
Let me just say this real quick. You and I know of people dying. We were friends. Leo, weren't you friends with Bill Haney?
Yes.
Okay, so you and I were friends with him. Annie was close friends with. I met Annie through Phil Haney. Phil Haney called Annie and said to Annie, Brandon House is going to call you. Trust him. Work with him. And do you really think that Phil Haney died by shooting himself in the chest and missing his heart and coming out his lower back? What about the fingerprints of another person on the gun? The suicide note that didn't exist for 2 years that all of a sudden shows up, that's not his handwriting. So Annie, you're right. This will probably be brushed over as we move closer and closer to World War III, with more things going on with Russia and Poland and NATO, and it'll die off.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I would
again,
but I am open to suggestions from those on the panel. If we lived in your ideal America, what would it look like tomorrow or the day after we've had time to mourn the loss of Charlie Kirk? What do you envision it should look like if we weren't passive, if we weren't just moving on to something else?
Well, there would be a congressional investigation. It would be
No,
open
I think what Leo is asking is what we the people would do.
Oh, what we the people
first thing
would do.
I would.
Right.
The first thing I would do
I know
is
why
what
JJ's saying no. The congressional. He's been there and seen what a clown show those guys are. But you would think that the conservatives would call for that, like they did after Ruby Ridge, which they did. And shockingly, when they brought in the door and they talked about the fact that the government blew the head off of the mother staying there with an infant. I mean, there was some stuff that came out in that hearing, right? That was for the whole public to see. But I don't think we have any of those kind of people left in government anymore. We have a lot of people that like to act like they are, but I don't think there are many left. What do you think it should look like, Annie? What do you think?
The very first thing is what JJ said earlier in response of you receiving emails from family members asking you to cancel your event. This is America. I don't care which state you live in. I don't care how many courts they're going to drag you into. You can always get your court date and take it to federal court. We have the Second Amendment, okay? Practice your God-given rights. Carry. If you're in a state like mine, we are a constitutional state, so carry away. If you're not, carry. Doesn't matter. Your federal God-given rights is that you have the right to carry and protect yourself. That's number one. Now, with that comes responsibility. Go to shooting range, practice, become familiar with your weapon, because we don't want irresponsible carrying either. Immediately, we need our leaders, big names, to start petitioning our government. Believe it or not, petitioning our government is also our right, and it does work. It worked many times. And here's one thing I would tell you. I won't promote how left does it, but I will promote what left does. We need to show up in numbers in front of the hospital, in front of FBI, in front of police department, and we stay there until we get answers, proof, not just some rumors, go home, we get back to you. I'm amazed that after this happened, the people who were there ran away. How many of them showed up in front of the hospital, standing there waiting for answers and praying there? Why do we have to pray at home? We're Christians. We don't have limitations. We don't have to go to the mosque to pray. We can pray wherever we are. Show up. Stop writing on your social media and trending hashtag of Charlie Kirk. Show up in numbers in front of every building that is responsible to get an answer or make a change how it would affect our country in a better way. That would be my actions.
I think what we're going to see, and I could be wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but this is what I think will happen. And that's a great question, sir, that you asked. Incredible question. What I think is going to happen, I don't believe it's going to be overt. I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a charismatic leader on the right that is very, very strong, physically, emotionally, physically looking, and he is going to gather up an army, a militia of men that are going to do a blood oath to each other, law enforcement, military, firefighters, average people, hunters that know how to hold a gun. And I think that we're going to get closer to that happening a solid 100,000, 500,000, 1 million militiamen backed by their wives and their families, and they're going to take over the country. And before that's dismissed and said, oh, you're crazy, Nepal is on fire right now. They went and chased out all the politicians, stripped them naked, beat them to death. Do not ever think that those people are somehow less than us, that we don't have that animalistic feeling and belief and desire in the soul of Americans, because we do.
And just so the audience knows, this was what I was going to cover tonight, Nepal. Because I wanted to let it unfold a little bit before we went into talking about it so that we knew what was going on. And I talked to Trevor Loudon today. He was digging in on it. Everything seems to show that Nepal, everything seems to say that Nepal were the young people fighting a communist regime. That this is a country that's lined up with Beijing. They were shutting off social media. There's police corruption. There's videos of the police point blank shooting the kids. And the young people have simply had enough, and they started taking down the leaders. And that's a communist country. From everything I've read, that is a communist country. So it's interesting you bring up Nepal, because if I had had time to get off the air today, normally go do show prep, book my guests, whatever, my show tonight was going to be about Nepal and the young people.
I don't think that, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see the revolution to take back America happening with my generations. I think they're so gone. I think they're so drugged out. They're so addicted to porn. They're so emasculated and effeminate. I believe it's going to be my son's generation, who's 14, and the one above him. That's going to
So you're
they've
talking
had
about
it.
something 10 years from now.
No, I think it could happen now, but I believe they're going to be the driving force. I believe they've looked up into the future, and they've looked at the people that are above them. They're men wearing dresses, trying to figure out where to put a tampon, think they're menstruating. They've had it. They look and they're seeing everyone above them, meaning everyone 10, 15 years above them is miserable. They're killing themselves. They're mutilating their genitals. They're mutilating their faces, tattoos all over them. They want none of that. I believe that's going to be the driving force. They've seen the misery that awaits them if we continue down this path. But I think we're closer to a civil war now than we've ever been in the history of our country, outside of the last one. And I don't know what it's going to look like, though.
And I agree with you. And again, I was going to interview another guy tonight who just wrote an article about this. The stage being set for the country to break apart, civil war. And then this happens today. We have two other guests joining us. Did we lose Leo? Okay, Leo, stand by. Annie, stand by. Let's bring in Colonel Rob Maness, and let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman. Dave Grossman has the website Killology. He's an expert on weapons. I think he makes weapons. I know he scopes them in. I know he's got a range and everything. Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, I know you've been teaching, but have you heard the rapport from this gun, from this rifle? Do you believe it was a rifle? Do you have any thoughts about how far away the shooter was, the trajectory? What are your thoughts after seeing the video?
It's funny. I was teaching Maryland chiefs and sheriffs today, and I don't know much about the gun, but I know this. The media is feeding hatred and death. The media message that the cops are evil and they're murdering innocent people in 2020 gave us the single greatest yearly increase in homicides we'd ever seen. 2021 was the all-time record number of cops murdered in the line of duty. 2023 was the all-time record number of cops shot in the line of duty. This sick narrative that the cops are evil, and now they've changed their narrative that Trump is evil, and everybody supporting him is evil, and they're all Nazis and they're all fascists. And the same media narrative that led us to a record number of cops murdered in the line of duty, a record explosion of homicides in 2020, 30% annual increase, the same media sickness, the repercussions of their narratives we see now with the murder of Charlie Kirk. So John F. Kennedy, an average American president, was turned into a martyr by being murdered. Martin Luther King, middle of the road civil rights leader was turned into a martyr by being assassinated. Today we have an MLK Boulevard in every city in America. And the murder of Charlie Kirk is creating another martyr. And the people we need to focus our anger on is the mainstream media and the sick people who are saying that Trump is Hitler and everybody who supports him is a Nazi. And this narrative has repercussions. There's got to be accountability for the hatred being spewed by the mainstream media. And we can see what happened with the record number of cops murdered in the line of duty when cops are evil, murdering innocent people every day, and the criminals are the good guys. And now they've changed their focus. And they say all of the people on the right are evil and they're all Nazis and they're fascists. And there's got to be accountability. And if you want to, Brandon and Logan, if you want to raise up your revolution, start by taking out the mainstream media and focusing your anger on them.
Well, that's why we're here. I mean, that's what Worldview Tube has been about. And despite the IRS attacking us, despite the IRS charging us over $49,000 for paying our taxes by check versus online when their system was down for 2 days, despite the fact that the IRS sent us an abatement letter and said, oh, don't worry about that. And then 2 years later came back around and said, oh, it's not $43,000 now with interest and penalty. We want $49,000. And we said, wait, you already abated this. Then they sent us a second abatement letter. And then they came back around and said, no, we want our money. And when we had it investigated, an IRS agent out of Milwaukee said, this is stupid. You shouldn't have to pay this. Put the file together, went to the supervisor and said, he's got 2 abatement letters. What are we doing here? And they said, we don't care. You get the money from him now. She called me July 3rd, okay? So let me tell you something. Our government is corrupt. Donald Trump is barely the president of the United States. He barely has control of the government. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care what he thinks. He doesn't have full control. No president has fully run this country since 1963. And Glenn Beck has come out this week and said that he was called into the Oval Office by George W. Bush. Can you find that for me, please, Logan? Can you find that for me? Glenn Beck says he was called into the Oval Office of George W. Bush, and George W. Bush had to tell him he doesn't call the shots.
Yeah.
So let's just be... The biggest terrorist is our own government. And the number one suspect in this killing is our own government. Yep. To think that you could get in there, pull this off, make this shot, and get out and disappear is not some Charlie Kirk hater that just happened to show up and do this. I don't buy it any more than I buy that July 13th and Butler was just some scrawny little maggot-infested kid.
Can I ask a question? The gentleman, sir, you're at the range and you're doing training. Have you seen the video from Charlie Kirk's left side? And they look, and the gentleman that's filming it showing Charlie Kirk almost like from a level perspective. There's no way that shot was far away, just because of the canopy over Charlie Kirk. So that shot had to be within that complex. Had to be. And it couldn't have been too high because of the exit wound. If he was shooting, I would just like to get your experience because you're an expert. If he's up on top of that ramp where they're standing or the one above them, that shot would have had to go through the canopy. It would have had to hit him in his neck at the top of his neck, and it would have exited by his collarbone. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know, Brandon. I'd have to, Logan, I'd have to be there and look at the terrain.
JJ. That's JJ talking. That's JJ.
JJ. I just don't know, brother. But a lot of questions need to be asked. A lot of stuff will come out. The one thing I'll tell you is we've got this dynamic in place. We've created a martyr. It'll backfire on them. Their hatred. And you know, Brandon, you're talking about the mainstream media. We say we got Fox on our side, but look at Newsmax suing Fox because Fox is repressing them. You know, he comes back to business and the buck. And we've got Newsmax suing Fox. We got the IRS after you. We've got a battle, and you're right. It's a hard battle to control our own society. You're good people out there. You're in the fight. Stay in the fight.
Well, let me ask you this, and I appreciate that, Colonel. Let me ask you about, before I go to Colonel Manus, let me ask you about killology. Annie Cyrus was saying, give it a couple days, and this will fade off into the news cycle, and there'll be something else that takes its place, and life will move on. And just like the murder of our friend Phil Haney, just like the Butler event with Trump, just like the Las Vegas, casino hotel shooter that killed all those people at that country music concert. I mean, have we, with your Killology book and website, has the culture been so conditioned? I don't know what that's in my ear. Has the culture been so conditioned that they can accept these things as violent as they are and then just move on?
Brandon, I've got 2 books on the Marine Corps Commandant's required reading list. One is On Killing and the other is On Combat. 2 books over 20 years. Marine Corps Commandant's required reading list. I'm the author of 16 books. Number 17 is at the publisher now. But On Killing and On Combat, and especially in On Killing, we talk about how society has become saturated with violence through the media, through the video games, through the news cycle. And yes, I would like to believe that this is another JFK assassination, this is a Martin Luther King assassination, that is going to create a martyr and that we won't forget. But you're absolutely right. There's so much capacity within our society to be saturated with violence, to be inundated, to be so no longer able to be troubled by these things and move on to the next news cycle. And you're right, that capacity is there, but we shape that capacity. We're in charge of our destiny. The only thing in the universe you can control is yourself. And so you and your listeners out there, it's time to get mad. And I believe with all my heart and soul to focus your anger on the mainstream media and hold some accountability there, to focus the lens and focus our anger on them. And then we might see a little difference in the process. Mm-hmm. Read the book On Killing and understand how we can become so desensitized through our media and how we can make killing become such a normal event that we feed a level of violence that's outside anything we understand. We track the murder rate. We track violent crime by the number of dead people, the murder rate. But the murder rate's being held down by medical technology. We all get that. Major UMass Harvard study, peer-reviewed journal, between the 1960s and the 1990s, medical technology cut the murder rate to a third or quarter would otherwise be. To compare the murders from the 60s to the 90s, multiply the 60s by a factor of 3 or 4, and the life-saving leaps and bounds since the 1990s are astounding. So every year we look at the murder rate and it's a lie. It's like comparing money without allowing for inflation. We compare the murder rate with allowing for medical technology. I told the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs Association today, just like we have inflation-adjusted dollars, we need medically adjusted murders. And when we do that, we will understand just how stinking bad it really is.
Wow.
And then we've never seen more than a 12% annual increase in homicides. In 2020, we saw a 30% annual increase in homicides, and it wasn't even reported. Record number of cops murdered in the line of duty, not even reported.
Mm-hmm. Are we in a civil war? Are we already in a civil war, Dave?
We are already being systematically repressed and suppressed. Our knowledge, our information by the mainstream media is being so suppressed that for all practical purposes, we're in the middle of wartime propaganda. I don't know if we're going to call it a war yet, but we're in the middle of wartime level propaganda and wartime level repression of information. And again, remember, just everybody gets it. Medical technology hold down the murder rate. It's like comparing money without allowing for inflation. We're being lied to every year when we say, oh, here's the murder rate. Oh, the murder rate's down. No, it's not. Then medical technology is saving more lives. The number of people being attacked, being assaulted is through the roof. We had a little downturn in 23 and 24. We haven't begun to catch up with pre-2020. And then we had the Ferguson effect. In 2015, 2016, the Ferguson effect in the media, the sick narrative in the media caused a 2 years straight explosion of homicide equal to anything we've ever seen. We will allow for medical technology beyond anything we've ever seen. The violent level that's not being reported in the media. We have 2 crime reports. We have the National Crime Victimization Survey, which says crime is through the roof. We have the Uniform Crime Report. which is what the citizens report to the cops and the cops report to the FBI that says, oh, crime is down. But the survey says crime is up 107% from 23 to 22 to 23, annual increase in homicides, annual increase in assaults, through the roof, like nothing we've ever seen before. Look at the National Crime Victimization Survey. Allow for medical technology with the murder rate and understand we're being lied to. And they tell the president, oh, crime is down. You're out of your mind. No, he's not. No, he's not. I wish I could get 30 seconds. I had a chance to brief him at one point. I wish I could do it again and tell him, just like we have inflation-adjusted dollars, we need medically adjusted murders. When we do that, it will transform the way we see the situation. It's much worse than it looks. And so what we've got is wartime level propaganda being fed through us through the mainstream media. And even Fox, I got a couple of clips that I throw up there in my presentations, but even Fox, they put it out there and then boom, it's gone. And the things that's not being reported is insane.
Let me ask you before you go, I want people to get
wartime level suppression and propaganda being inflicted upon our citizens.
Your website is killology.com, right?
No, it's grossmanontruth.com.
Grossmanontruth.com. Grossmanontruth.com. Okay, let me ask you this before we go. If you were running security for this event, okay, and this is a picture, by the way, of just right before the shots were fired. I can see it. It looks like a security guy standing up on the roof over there. But if you were in charge of, I mean, your whole thing is you talk about situational awareness. You talk about, lots of things. I've interviewed you about them. If you were in charge of the security for this event for Charlie Kirk or any well-known, outspoken, high-profile conservative talk show host, would you have ever, as the security guy, signed off on him speaking in a valley like that, in a kill zone like that? Would you have ever signed off on that?
Brandon, we live in a world where you can kill just about anybody.
Let me have you back up again because your audio was off. Start over.
Without presidential level.
Yep.
Without presidential level security, without Secret Service welding the manhole covers shut and putting snipers on every rooftop, without Secret Service level, presidential level protection, we live in a world where you can kill anybody. Mm-hmm. Nobody is truly safe. Nobody is. And so we have degrees of acceptable threat. And Charlie Kirk had a degree of acceptable threat. Martin Luther King, J.F. Kennedy, they had degrees of acceptable threat. And I would have presented under those circumstances. I think Charlie Kirk would have. In retrospect, we see it's a mistake. We can live our lives in fear because just about anybody, the president has barely been killed 2 different times. We live in a world where if they want you, they'll get you. And there's not much anybody can do. So don't live your life in fear. Stand up and tell your message and recognize the fact there's reasonable levels of threat. And I would have told you that Charlie Kirk and that and hundreds of other presentations he made represent reasonable levels of threat, mm-hmm. reasonable levels of risk. And if they want you, they'll get you. And just about anybody out there, and I don't care if he's a lone wingnut out there with the right skills and resources, he can get you. Just stand up in courage. Don't live your life in fear, and understand the fact that if they want you, they'll get you. And there's nobody out there.
David Grossman, what's the website again?
GrossmanOnTruth.com.
GrossmanOnTruth.com. GrossmanOnTruth.com. Thank you for joining us on such short notice today.
Thank you, Brandon. You're a great American. God bless you. And God bless America.
Let's go to Colonel Rob Maness. What, Logan? Does he have to go right now? Can you give a closing comment from him? I want to bring in Colonel Rob Maness and David Pine. David just texted me, JJ. David Pine just texted me. Reports indicate the shot was fired from a building 200 yards away, not from the crowd in the quad.
I want to see. Yeah, I saw that picture come up, and I just was like, okay, the light, the line of sight, man. What a shot! Like, what a shot that had to have been. He's elevated. He's extremely elevated. So the shot had to be perfect to come in. He was looking down on Charlie Kirk, who was underneath a canopy. So his scope had to be dialed in.
This was a professional sniper.
Yeah, of course it was. It wasn't that old man. I remember the first time I saw the old man kneeling down, I thought, oh, here we go again. That old man shot Charlie Kirk. And like Annie said, where the hell's the gun? I didn't see the gun anywhere. Unbelievable. It's all kabuki theater.
And we're supposed to be getting a Utah DPS press conference at 4. David, is that 4 Utah time? What time?
Yeah, it's 4 Utah time, 5 p.m. Central.
So
Utah Department of Public Safety.
45 minutes from now. That's going to tell us a lot, guys. Colonel Manus, come on in here. That's going to tell us a lot. JJ, you got to go?
I could stay for a few more minutes. I would like to hear what Mr. Colonel Manus says.
Colonel, come in here and say what your thoughts are on this today. And by the way, I want to make sure the audience knows that you oversaw sniper crews. So you know how snipers work to protect people, which also, I guess, leads us to know you would understand how one could work to do bad.
Yeah, my sniper teams actually protected Barack Obama and Joe Biden on different occasions. They were in office together. Look, I'm going to say it. I'm sure you guys have said it already. Somebody has. No one who's in here. First reports from a battlefield are almost always wrong when it comes to the technical nature of that slide that I just saw there and heard JJ talking about. Look, I have my own thoughts about it, but I'm going to wait 24 hours because, like I said, first reports from a battlefield are almost always wrong. Almost always wrong. The suspect that was in custody was wrong already. There's been a suspect in custody, but it was not the right person. But here's the thing, but the lieutenant colonel that was on, Mr. Grossman, Lieutenant Colonel Grossman, I totally agree with him. This is the mass media. It's the reason why my show exists and why, thank God, you have the resources to run Worldview Tube, Brandon. It's the issue is the mass media in this country. MSNBC and CNN, inhuman people, are out there tweeting out right now, well, if Charlie Kirk wasn't so divisive and didn't say such divisive things, he wouldn't have called this upon himself. When you say mean things about people, mean things are going to happen to you. When you say awful things are going to happen to you. Think about what that says. That's CNN and MSNBC. That's just 2. It's the media. I've been talking about this since I created this show in 2017 on my own right. I never thought I'd be in the messaging business of doing this crazy stuff. Look at me. I'm ugly. I kind of sound okay, but it's a voice for radio, not TV. But we got to do it because the truth and the facts will overcome this. But this is the media demonizing people who believe in America. Only thing Charlie Kirk ever preached was a belief in Americanism. Now, he called it populism, but it's the peculiar form of American populism backed up by individual liberty. That's why Donald Trump is so popular. That's all he ever preached. As a matter of fact, you should keep in mind, and I think J.D. Vance tweeted out about this, and another gentleman did too, and I did too. I was inspired by them, that Charlie Kirk, I have seen him in events time and time again bring people with opposing views to the microphone so that he can have an exchange with them, and they can put their views on the table, and he could say his views and why their views don't work. Time and time again. He put Gavin Newsom on his podcast, on his show, on Rev. That's why they had to kill him, Brandon. This is an op, just like the op to kill Donald Trump was an op. I don't know who's behind it, but damn it, we have to get the tools of government responsible for investigating these things to actually do the investigations and publicize the information. We still don't know enough about Dylan Roof. We still don't know about this other guy from the golf course, the crazy man, that was a Ukraine-tied American. We don't know enough. These are ops that are being conducted. This is they had to kill Charlie Kirk because he's the one responsible. Now, a lot of us have been supporting it. Charlie and I entered the political arena in 2013, and about the same time, I've always supported him. He's always supported me. But he grew Turning Point USA. This venue, the campus, is where this man started, and it's where he always should be, and should go back to, just like he was doing it today. He was doing the thing that has resulted in really good things happening for our country again. When we were, if Donald Trump hadn't been reelected, we would not be having this discussion about how not only how bad this is, but of all the good things the Trump administration is being able to do. That's due to this man named Charlie Kirk. He got the 18-25 to 25s out. My youngest son's about to turn 21 in 20 days. All right? He is more conservative than I am, and I'm pretty darn conservative when it comes to the political. That group will save this country, and that's why they had to kill Kirk. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed or not, Brandon, but he just started appearing on Fox News channel again. There's been a period of time I've been blocked from going on there. I used to go on, a couple of times every 6 months for several years, but they've blocked me completely out of there. And even for a 9/11 hit, where I was in the Pentagon on 9/11, I think that was the last time I was on a Fox channel. No, I take that back. I got on about a year and a half ago on Fox Business, but not Fox News. Charlie he had hosted Fox News weekend. I just saw him last night on Laura Ingraham being interviewed, and that scared him. That scared him because he was stepping out of the independent media space and ecosystem that we've all created here, that gets the facts and the truth out, that pulls the veil off of so the propaganda can be seen for the lies that it is. And it's the mass media that has generated this environment where that black monster cut the throat of that innocent young white girl in North Carolina. They have created this by demonizing people that believe, not just that support Donald Trump, but that believe in the idea of America and freedom and the fight against tyranny and the idea that anybody, no matter what station you're born in, can grow up to be president of the United States or anything else you want. They hate that idea. They've been trying to demonize us since well before Donald Trump came on the scene. They did it to me when I first entered the political arena and ran for U.S. Senate in Louisiana. They still do it, and there are Republicans on the side of the people that do that too. It's happening today. As I speak to you today, there are people in the Republican Party trying to demonize me. And that's just the truth. But it's the mass media instruments that we have today and the ability to control that mass media that people ought to be so angry with, because they hate the United States of America. They hate what we stand for, and they love the things that the overgrown, overpowerful, overreaching bureaucracy wants to do. But they don't like and they hate what Americans want, which is an America that's free, an America where I don't have to worry about my little baby granddaughter that's 3 weeks old when she turns 13 riding on mass transit anywhere at any time of day. That should never happen here in the United States, ever. Some monster cut a girl's throat. That's crazy. That's crazy behavior, and it's created by this mass media that has demonized everybody from race to freedom. Well, no matter what your belief is, and we've got to fight back against it, and we've got to call it out. As a matter of fact, I'm calling for everybody that's ever worked with Turning Point USA. Charlie's got events scheduled from here till the end of time, I'm sure. We all ought to line up and everybody take one and keep the organization going and keep those events going. We all know his message because we all grew up together. Like I said, I met him in 2013 when we both came into politics at the same time. We know the message because we've run on it. We've elected and reelected Donald Trump on it. And we should support that organization and keep getting that message out. And of course, he should have gone into that arena today. That's where his bread and butter is, with young people on college campuses. And I know the risk, et cetera, but he was right to go there. And we're right to step into that place if people choose to do it and the organization chooses to use us as volunteers. I'll pay my own way if they want me to. Mm-hmm. Every one of us that knows the message has to stand up and fight and push back against this media. Can you believe they're blaming the guy for his own assassination? They tried to do that with Trump, but he lived. To talk back against him. That's what I'm thinking about right now. And his little girls and his wife. God, I pray for them.
Colonel,
but Charlie would fight. He would keep going into those arenas, and he's right to do it.
31 years old. 31 years old.
31.
I want to get a response from all of our panelists on what you just heard, but the president has asked for the country to fly their flags at half-mast until Sunday at 6 p.m. JJ, I don't know how much longer you can be with us, but you want to respond to the very impassioned speech there by our good friend, the Colonel?
I agree with him 100%. I believe we're at the war with our own government. Our own government's allowed this to happen, and they've done it. I mean, if we really take back, we're so emotional, we're so invested, right, in this because he was one of us. But when we pull back and just look at what the left and our government has done, the DEI, putting judges in positions that they don't even have law degrees. They're just regular schmojos on the street, and they put robes on them, and then they released all the criminals onto the street. Well, why did they do that? Did they do that because they're grotesquely stupid? No, they're just puppets. So who were pulling the strings? Well, how do you change a country? Well, you have to have chaos. This is like CIA 101, right? This is what we've done to all the other nations across the globe. We've now turned inwardly, and we're trying to destroy America. We have chaos in America. We talk about that black savage that killed the white girl on the subway or the car in Charlotte. That's just one of thousands, like thousands of assaults just this year. We're in September. We're not in December and counting. We're in September going, holy smokes. The murder rate's off the chart. Assaults, rapes, everything's out of control. Whites are being hunted. And everyone just sits here and goes, well, I don't know. What needs to happen is all of this passion, all of this wanting to do something. It has to materialize. It has to turn into something. And it can't be prayers. And it can't be, we're going to sit here and have candlelight vigils. That's great. And we need to have it. But that's not the enemy is here. Annie's right when she corrected me. We're in a civil war. The Christians, the conservatives, the American lovers, we just haven't acknowledged that we're in a war. We're watching all of our brothers and sisters get killed around us, and we're like, what's going on? Is this just random? Or what do you think? Yeah, it's just random. Let's go back and watch Sunday football. Okay. That's where we're at. We're like in this code white. And it's like people like us are trying to shake America and say, please wake up. Please understand they're coming for us. They're here. And if we do not acknowledge that this is not Democrats versus Republicans, this is a uniparty that is evil, that wants abortion at 9 months, wants to mutilate children at 5, 6, 7 years old, that euthanasia, that wants open borders, that releases, think of this, releases child rapists, murders, and other rapists into our streets, serving no time, with no bail, just letting them go. Do you think that is just happenstance, or do you think, just critically thinking, that it's strategic? And of course, the answer is it is strategic what has happened to our nation. We did not get here overnight by one bad decision. We got to this position in America history because it's been intentional, strategic, and purposeful. And those people must be held accountable. And I will finish with this, Brandon. We're going into the 9th month of Donald Trump's administration. Do you know how many people have been arrested? 0. And I have a major problem with that.
Well, I agree with you. I have a huge problem with it too, because you think they would have taken 9 months to arrest a bunch of us if Kamala had won, or to shut us off,
we had already
down?
been in. No.
The Colonel's laughing. Why are you laughing at that, Colonel?
We'd be in jail eating some of that good pudding.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well, think what you will of her, but Laura Loomer has put out, they sent a trained they. I heard the Colonel using the word they a lot too. I want to know who they are. Yeah. But they...
This is an op.
It's an op, he said. They sent a trained sniper to assassinate Charlie Kirk while he was sitting next to a table of hats that said 47. You could be next. I hate to say it, but I have a sick feeling we will be seeing more targeted assassinations. The left are terrorists. Well, yeah, they are. Yeah. They are terrorists. Annie, you and I, and JJ, if you got to go, I understand. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Let me know if you can be on tonight.
All right. Thank you.
Annie, you and I did several shows. We've got our computer guys trying to find the clips. But you and I, at least twice in the last less than 12 months, as well as Logan, Trevor Loudon and I talked about it more than once. Annie, we predicted, you and I and Trevor Loudon kept saying the next step is political and targeted assassination of conservative speakers. You and I said that. So while I was heartbroken being on the air, and now I've been sitting at this desk for 3.5 hours, when I was heartbroken to hear it, I wasn't shocked. This is exactly what we have been expecting. Annie?
Yes. And I agree with what Loomer said. And that was the post I made as well. I said they aren't going to stop with Charlie Kirk. They want more blood, and they want more silenced voices. It is going to get worse if we don't do anything about it, or at least if we don't acknowledge what just happened. Because I still see people.
We're getting bleed over from Leo. Go ahead, Leo, or Annie. Go ahead.
Sorry. If at least people don't acknowledge. But I do want to say something for a minute, and then I'll come back to your point. One thing, as I was muted here listening to everyone talk, let's also remember what just happened in matter of minutes or maybe hours. That's how fragile life is. So every time you say, I'll do it tomorrow, remember, you may not be here tomorrow. If you can do it today, just do it. And I'm not talking about getting your hair and nails done, by the way. So I'm talking doing the right thing for our country. Because we all been saying it in different ways, but America is under attack. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, 20 by 20, 100 by 100, or 2,907 at a time. They will take us out. If we don't come to realize we need to be united. We don't have to agree 100%. Hey, we don't even have to agree 90%. Let's agree in 1%, which is we got to save our country. Can we just agree on that and unite? And while we do doubt our government, while we have to question everything, let's not also forget about the foreign forces. We have Russia, we have China, we have North Korea, we have Iran. The very first thing Brian and I did, I'm digging to see if Charlie Kirk's name was on any of the hit list from outside.
Were they?
I'm still digging. You know, that list is going to take me hours to dig through.
Well, you and I are on a list, aren't we, Annie?
Well, I'm on 12. Your organization, your foundation is on 2. Your Worldview Tube network is on 1. So you're on 3. I'm on 12. But my point is, let's continuously look at all the enemies. We cannot narrow in on one and just trust that was it. We need to follow all evidence. We need to keep options open.
So you would not be shocked if this was a
no, this was a red-green axis.
I was going to say, was this our government or a foreign government or both?
Both. Brandon, how many clips do you think we can find of Charlie Kirk's arguing Palestinians? Millions, probably. Some of the comments you see on X right now is pro-Palestinians. I literally saw one, and I'm reading them as heartbreaking as it is. I need to read it to stay with this anger. One of them said, if you feel bad about what you just saw on video happening to Charlie Kirk, watch some of his Zionist pro-genocide videos, and it makes you feel better.
And of course,
we need to remember that side of Charlie Kirk as well. He wasn't just trying to save our youth from brainwash of socialism and, transgenderism. He was also trying to stop the anti-Semitic narratives in colleges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
so the chances of this being red-green is higher.
Regardless of how one feels or believes about these issues, there was a time in our country when we could agree to disagree, but we didn't kill each other over it. David, I know you've got to go. I want to get a closing comment before you have to leave, David Pine.
Yeah, I just want to underscore what's been stated, and that is this was clearly a targeted political assassination by the left. It could be the beginning of a campaign or a continuation of the campaign that began with the assassination attempts on President Trump. But it's the purpose is primarily to intimidate conservative voices from speaking out. They don't want any more conservatives, America First conservatives going to campuses to speak out. They want to silence people. They want conservatives to fear for their very lives, for their families. And, I'm hoping and praying it doesn't work. But it should be noted, I want to point out and underscore the fact that there was a poll taken of liberals just a couple of years ago in which 30% of liberals stated that political violence of this nature was fully justified. So I'm guessing that 30% of liberals today of Democrats are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I think we'll see that on social media. Many disgusting posts justifying his death. We've already heard from Colonel Rob Maness that there's multiple liberal networks that are saying that it was his fault because he spoke out, or it was one of his supporters. I even read that one of his supporters was celebrating with the gun and just accidentally shot him in the neck. I mean, just really absurd things. Anything they can possibly come up with as a propaganda talking point to steer away from the fact that the biggest, domestic security threat in our country is not right-wing domestic violent extremists, as President Joe Biden claimed. It's far left domestic violent extremists, and we see that every day. Whether it's the criminals, the racist criminals like the racist monster that killed that poor Ukrainian girl, Ariana, I think it was Zerkota, and all the other victims. There's so many white women that have been killed by illegal immigrants or black criminals. And there's just this level of acceptable violence in America has to stop. And I'm praying that President Trump takes every action he can to clamp down on it for the good of our country. We need to protect the most innocent, women and children especially, but also conservative patriots like Charlie Kirk, who was again a conservative champion of the First Order. May he rest in peace, and I pray that God bless his wife and daughters at this horrific time.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm getting texts from a nephew or a niece. She's not political. She's not.
Yeah, I mean,
she's not
political. I have a couple of former stepkids that were at the university, very close by when those shots rang out. This rings home for me, just like the murder of the Ukrainian refugee girl on the train, because I have a daughter that same age who rides public transportation 3 times a week.
Well, my niece is not political, but she is texting her uncle here at the news desk asking why this happened. So there's a lot of folks that are young people today who are not political, and they have no context for understanding this because they don't think that way. They just now see the video footage of a man someone don't even know that much about. being murdered, and they're scared because they're saying that the world's so scary. It's a scary, sad place.
Yeah, I mean, this is a direct consequence of the hatred, ideology of hatred, of leftism, of racialism that was preached by both Obama and especially the Biden-Harris regime. We have to root out the hatred in our country. We need to return to basic fundamental Christian moral principles. And I think that President Trump and Vice President Vance are well positioned to take the lead to do that. But our country is not what you and I grew up in. It's become something much different, and a level of unsafety that is just pervasive and really horrible to realize.
David, thank you for being with us tonight. And we'll look forward to getting you back on. I was going to have you on about NATO and Poland and Russia. We'll let you know today. Keep your phone on. We'll let you know. I'm not sure what the rest of the broadcast day holds, but thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Brandon. Great to be on.
Before we continue with our panel here, I want to play a little video. Logan, you got that video too by Jack Hibbs? Let me play this little video just to remind everybody. This guy's a dad. Let me turn off some other audio I got somewhere. Got so many tabs open at this point. But I do have a video that's out there I think warrants playing. And I'm going to do that here in just 1 second. Here. Too many tabs open. All right, is it gone, Logan? Yeah. Oh, I think, how about now? Bookmark the video I have now. Yep, let me do that. Bookmark it. All right, then I'm just going to close all my tabs. All right, and start over. The video of Charlie doing his second job after being a husband, which is being a father. I want to play that for you guys. Well, they didn't bookmark, so we'll find it again. In the meantime, let's go to David Pine, or Colonel Manus. Colonel, anything new that you've been thinking about since we're talking to David?
Well, once you get down into the nuts and bolts, the scope of the problem of the infection of the United States government and our society is much deeper and greater than the average American realizes. And every guest has talked a little bit about that. But let me give you an example, Brandon. Today, as I speak to you, there is a leftist extremist that is holding the title of Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, or of War now, for military personnel policy. She controls the promotion of generals and admirals. She controls the assignments of generals and admirals. She controls military recruiting. And she is in the seat today. And she's an extremist. And there are extremists all seated all throughout the federal government and the state and local governments that are just like her. And in the Obama administration, there was a concerted effort to hire leftist extremists into civil service jobs in the federal government. That adds to your thinking when you think about the scope of this challenge, of this infection that has happened to the United States of America, that has brought us to this assassination of a kid that, I mentioned we met in 2013. So he was 20 or 19 or so when he was starting on college campuses with Turning Point USA. And I was running for U.S. Senate. He was a kid that just saw in America what we've all seen, what the founders saw in this concept. That's all he's ever done. And he was firm in his beliefs, and he presented his beliefs firmly. But while we were out doing that, trying to overcome the inertia of money in politics and those kind of things, the leftists and the government people were quietly ceding the positions of power with extremists, either leftist extremists or people inside the government that they believe the government controls my rights instead of God, and that my rights come from government. And there are those that believe that all in this government and in our political offices. Senator Tim Kaine just said it in a hearing days ago. I'm uncomfortable with these words you keep saying about our rights come from the Creator. No, they come from the government. We all know that. That's how broad and deep this infection is. It's an infection that might be fatal if we don't stand up, and we can stand up. And we should stand up and push back. That's what Charlie was teaching these young men and women, was how to push back. That's why he would let leftists come up to the microphone at his events and have this civil discourse with them, so that because he was teaching, he was doing two things. He was teaching those that are like-minded in the crowd how to push back, and he was trying to convert those that oppose him into seeing what the truth was about this country and about our society, where we've come from, where we are, and where we need to go back to. We owe it to our country to continue that fight. We have to continue that fight. We cannot leave the stage. We cannot take up defensive positions. We need to go on offense more than ever now.
We have we knew Colonel, well said, Colonel. We knew, Colonel, there's going to be more video coming out from different angles. Here is another video from a different angle of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Isn't it interesting? He was just asked, do you know how many transgender shooters? Listen again. This is it.
Yeah, is that fair to say? All right, great. So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Do you know how many transgender mass shooters have been in the last few years?
Too many. It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Not counting gang violence. That was his last words.
Yeah.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great. What the fuck?
Hard to believe this kind of things happen. Still happen. This kind of thing is going on in America. It's really hard to believe. This is the kind of stuff you think to see in a third world country somewhere. Jim Paff, our reporter on the ground in DC, joins us live. Jim, your thoughts? We've been broadcasting since 1 o'clock. It's going on now 5 Central. Your thoughts today?
Well, Charlie Kirk was murdered, and the Democrat Party is not an American party. I'm disgusted by some of the video I'm seeing on the leftist media that first of all, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, came out and said this was Donald Trump's fault, in effect. I saw a video clip of Nicole Wallace of whatever, NBC or CBS or wherever she's from, saying that, the violence is only on the right. I had an MSNBC person make the statement that, it was possibly one of Charlie Kirk's supporters that accidentally shot a gun in the crowd. This was an assassination. And I agree with Colonel Manus, and hello, Colonel Manus, good to see you. That this is a substantive problem in our culture where we have a socialist left that is determined to bring this country into some sort of a third world order. I mean, that is the message of the left. And I'm not blaming Democrat voters, but I am blaming Democrat politicians in a sense. Not for the murder of Charlie Kirk, but for building building up something that leads to violence, calling Donald Trump Hitler regularly, calling Donald Trump a fascist regularly. By the way, none of these Democrats know what a fascist is. The efforts of the Biden administration to censor speech, completely censor political opponent speech, the lies that have taken place during COVID, that's bad enough. You can have a human error, but the purpose of the lies was to assert government authority over people's lives. We've got a government that is far beyond its constitutional boundaries, a government that is so consequential in the lives of people that you see a large group of us who are saying, we don't want that. We want our constitutional levels. Again, we can live our own lives. We don't need help from the government. And that whole environment, which has been built up by Democrats for more than 100 years now, we're on the back end of an experiment in socialism that Democrats have politically been able to bring about, that once opposed, because it is so far entrenched in our government. And back to Colonel Manus' statement, I mean, you've got key players still inserted into government that are determined to undermine the American people for the benefit of their power. But now that we are pushing back, now that Donald Trump, who's twice had 2 attempts of assassination against him, when you start to push back against that, the only recourse to people who hold this ideology is violence. Because when they start losing politically, once they've obtained so much power, they push back with power. You know, my wife, we were just sitting outside for a moment talking about this, and she's like, well, if Charlie had had a bulletproof vest on, he might still be alive. The particular shot, probably a bulletproof vest wouldn't have helped, but I take her point. But she said, Jim, and I certainly don't have the national profile that Charlie Kirk has, but she's like, Jim, I think you should wear a bulletproof vest. When Colonel Manus said that they do want to intimidate conservatives not to speak, that is a very real thing. We have been, since the Obama administration, on a path of intimidation, of government power being used to shut down certain political opponents, of hundreds of billions of dollars of government money used to support activists, sometimes to the point of violence. The LA riots recently on the No Kings thing, that was almost entirely funded by government money, mostly California state money. But even the Obama or the Biden administration had given the organizations doing that government money, from DHS even. So that's third worldy. And the Democrat Party has descended into a third world dictator mode of thinking that we are all effectively pushing back on, and they don't want to give up the power that they have. Now, I don't think we should back down any. And I think that there are going to be some people that get very concerned. But what we are going to see on the back end of this is an opportunity to entirely rethink everything that's been going on since the Obama administration. Remember, the Obama administration sought to destroy the Tea Party through the IRS and through other means of government. He was a community organizer. that whole way of thinking, unfortunately for Charlie Kirk's family, thankfully for him, he's with the Lord right now, and he's at peace and in bowing down to worship the creator of the universe in awe and in his holiness. We have an opportunity to rethink what we're doing in this country right now and to focus our efforts on restoring the American Republic and helping people understand that there is hope in a Savior, Jesus Christ, if they're willing to undertake it. It's a sad day. It's a difficult day. I don't know exactly what will be happening after this, but I do know that this is an opportunity to rethink what we've been doing and to refocus on what matters. Obviously, this life is fleeting. Charlie Kirk knows that now more than anyone, but it is the life that we have, and we need to do the best we can to help people put the right perspective on it, because we are all accountable to a God in heaven who does want to see, to save others and to bring them to a new life. Charlie had that new life, and I'm grateful. As tough as it is for his family, I'm grateful that he did, and it was sincere. And I think it's something that we can all take some inspiration from.
Well said, Jim. Does anyone have any information that there was chaos when someone called for a prayer on the House of the Floor? Logan?
Yes, I actually see.
Annie, you have that?
Yes, let me email it to you.
Yes. Well, why am I just hearing about it now? You guys can talk to me in my ear anytime you want. What's that? What's that, Jim? So
I'm glad Jim said what he said about Charlie's faith. You know, that's one of the things, knowing him since he was 20 or 19. I can't remember exactly which year. He has come to Christ. He had come to Christ, and was a man of very, very deep faith. And he's where we all want to be right now. At the feet of Christ and the Lord, worshiping Him and realizing that his life is fleeting and that everything is good on the other side. So that should bring comfort to everybody. I know everybody's upset, and hope that will bring comfort to wife and daughters too. That his faith. He'll be there waiting for get there.
Wow. Do we, Annie or Logan, do we have a video? You guys are telling me that we can't even agree to just have a moment of silence and pray for someone?
I emailed it.
Without
without
the zoo going crazy in the U.S. Congress? Mm-hmm.
I did email it to you, Brian.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Shh.
She would hold right there. She's asking for a moment of prayer out loud. She's asking for a moment of prayer out loud. And now the opposition says no. Okay.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Stop right there. Did I just hear the F word? A member of Congress just used the F word when a lady asked for public prayer, verbal prayer for a man who was just murdered, assassinated, and the other aisle used the F word? We can't, back it up. We can't even agree, folks, that we can pray verbally for a family whose father and husband was just murdered without the F word on the floor of the Congress from the animals on the other side. I'm starting to believe in evolution. Okay, I've typically been a biblical creation, but I'm starting to believe in evolution, that these people are indeed animals. That's tongue in cheek. But let me tell you something. There is no way this union survives. No. We are going to break apart as a nation. We already are. You cannot survive as a nation when you can't even agree on simple things like, hey, let's have a prayer for the family, the children, the wife of a man that was just assassinated on video. And you get the F-bomb dropped in Congress? Look, I used to fall asleep in that gallery when I was 4 years old. Many times I would fall asleep in that gallery with my twin sister after my mother had dragged us all over Washington, D.C., in the 8 years we lived there, with relatives and friends wanting to sightsee. And you would have never seen something like that from the Democrat side until just last few years. We can't even agree on core values, and a house divided against itself cannot stand. You should prepare. This economy will collapse, or we will go to a new system. They're already preparing the new system. We are likely to see, as Gordon Chang said, World War III on our shores, in our country. And it's very likely you're going to see far more political assassinations that we've been telling you were coming since at least 2018. 2018, I predicted that we would see political assassinations. Here it is. Look at this. September 28, 2018. And I was doing it before then. Brandon predicted a year ago that communists would begin to call for violence and elimination of known conservatives. It's very likely in coming days, even lay people that have voiced their political views on social media will have their homes targeted and vandalized, as well as find themselves personally at risk from Islamists and Marxists. 2018. We are in a civil war. I said it in my documentary in Siege and Sabotage in 2019. And the fact that you have scum, un-American, human trash like this in Congress is only proving the point. There's nothing even holding us together that we can actually pray verbally out loud for a man who just had his neck blown apart on video, and we can't pray for his family. Let's roll it back. And can someone please find out which animal dropped the F-bomb? Because we need to make that person famous. Roll the video again, please.
Let's, wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh.
Wow.
The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order.
Look, if Johnson had any guts, any courage, he would have that person arrested by the sergeant of arms and take them to the jail cell in the basement.
Thank you all.
They have one.
Yes.
But Johnson is a pansy. He's a wimp. He's a coward. Those are my words. He's not a man. He's a typical feminized little man. And that's what's wrong with this country. Feminized garbage like Mike Johnson, who's always, by the way, trying to get his face in a picture. when he's not sitting at the table, he sure wants to get his face in that picture. Apparently, he doesn't take the hint. A lot of people don't want him around or in the picture. They just have to deal with him because he's the speaker. I mean, does Johnson really bring to mind masculinity? If I had been there, I would have ordered my sergeant of arms to arrest that person, take them to the basement, and put them in the jail cell. And then we would begin hearings on whatever we could do. But this is ridiculous. There's, all the banging on the gavel, all this garbage and banging, it's all for show. And yet we haul people off to jail who want to invoke executive privilege, which is a legitimate, I think, defense. Mike Johnson is a paper tiger, like so many of these politicians. It's all for show and raising money. They don't care about the country.
Brandon, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Annie.
Okay, sorry. Seems like there was a technical difficulty, and I was trying to come in and you couldn't hear me. I completely agree with everything you said. However, the person you want to make famous is not a Democrat. The person who dropped the F-bomb was a Republican mad at Democrats saying no to the prayer.
Okay.
And that was Anna Paulina Luna who dropped the F-bomb.
Okay, but still,
originally,
she shouldn't be doing that.
I know. I'm just trying to make sure you have the right
information. Well, I'm glad. Thank you, but she should not be doing that.
I agree. I have called her out a few times for keeping up with the wrong language of the Democrats, like Rashida Tlaib.
She is contributing to the demoralization of our standards as a society and a culture and a body. We don't use that language on this broadcast. Does one slip through every now and then with a recording? Yes. But we go to great pains to edit out 4-letter words. Why? Because we believe there is a standard in broadcasting that we must hold to because it goes with our professionalism, decorum, and as an example to the younger generation. And if this is the best the Republicans can put up, then we are toast. What makes her think as a Republican she can drop the F-bomb on the floor of the House? I wasn't even allowed to sleep in the gallery as a 4-year-old. They would come around the ushers and say to my mother, "You're going to have to wake those kids up. They're not allowed to sleep in the gallery." 4 years old with our head on either my mother's lap or a friend or relative sleeping because we've been dragged around the 100-degree Washington, D.C. heat. And they're upset. No, they weren't upset. They were being nice and polite. But why couldn't we sleep? Decorum. Professionalism. Respect, reverence. You're in the chamber of the House of Representatives of the United States. We have elected far too much white trash to Congress. Who is this woman?
Anna Luna Paulina.
Well, in my opinion, she's trash. She's trash. Is she married?
Yes.
I believe she is, and she does have a track record of being like
she has
that.
children.
Well,
new mother.
She's a new mother? Well, pray for her children being raised by a piece of trash like that, in my opinion. Gosh.
Well, Brandon, we're out of decorum in this country for some time. And I'm going to say that even though politics, as Ronald Reagan rightly said, is the world's second oldest profession and has many of the characteristics of the oldest one, I mean, it's always a bad thing. But we've left decorum in this country a long time ago, but it went on steroids during the Obama administration because everything that mattered in this country, everything that we counted as precious and special, Barack Obama threw to the wayside. I have a lot of people, I mean, you can make the same argument that Donald Trump doesn't follow decorum, and I think that that's useful. He certainly doesn't have a foul mouth, and that's to his credit. But what the decorum that we've lost, though, is an understanding of the Constitution. Even worse, I read in Psalms and Proverbs regularly God's judgment on nations that ignore justice. And we are in a country that has ignored justice almost this entire century, maybe a little bit before that, certainly with Bill Clinton in a few ways as well, too. But we have a justice system that is ignoring the laws that are on the books and ignoring the Constitution that guides us. And what do you think you're going to get? You're going to get a loss of so many other things when we can't even come to a place of respecting exactly what this country was founded upon. And again, I would just say this is an opportunity to reinvestigate that, hopefully. But the Democrat Party is not an American party. They don't believe in the Constitution. They don't even believe in God. And what Tim Kaine said the other day, that you're like an Iranian mullah if you believe that our rights come from God, and that only rights can come from government. These people have no decorum because of the fact that they couldn't even do a prayer for even a political opponent on the floor of the House. That they really do not believe that rights come from God. They believe rights come from government. And if that's where your idea of rights come from, then really all you have is raw power. And because of that belief in raw power as a way to organize a governing system, that's why you get all the way to the extreme of the murder of a political opponent. And let's just be honest. I mean, we don't have all the confirmation yet. This is going to be someone that is a Democrat, that's of the left in some form or fashion. This was not someone any other than that. We're seeing too many of these violent shootings coming from people of that ilk, the ones who will argue for us to take our guns away from us, but we'll go ahead and use guns.
Yeah, but I want to add that I'm still believing that this was more than just a leftist. The shot was too clean.
Yeah. Sure. Listen, it's going to be a sad day if we find out that there was some organized process that led to this particular shooting. It's hard to know that that's the case. It certainly is possible it's the case. We've had a lot of things happening in this government over the last few decades, undermining the liberties of the American people, utilizing the power of government to undermine rights. And if it's found out that it's that sort of a conspiracy, heaven forbid, it's going to be a crazy time in this country, because it's going to be a lot of angry people, and who knows where this leads? Who knows?
Now, I want to be fair to this representative, because I thought I heard her dropping the F-bomb. Do we know for a fact she dropped the F-bomb?
Yes, I couldn't hear it. Dropped it. She dropped the F-bomb, and just to give the full picture to your audience.
She did say supposedly, y'all caused this. Y'all caused this. Okay, I agree with that, but she doesn't need to be dropping the F-bomb. But I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just me hearing it, Annie. We know for a fact she said it.
Yes, it is recorded that word was used. And again, let me quickly, very briefly, this moment of silence was requested while Charlie Kirk was supposedly still alive. So the prayers was for some sort of miracle. And while they were silent, Representative Boebert interrupts and says, silent prayer is going to get you silent results. That's when Johnson asked, what are you asking? And she asked for vocal or out loud prayers. When the Democrats say no, and here's what they said, apparently, no, you didn't pray for the school shooting. That's when the other representatives dropped the F-bomb and attacked them. This is the whole transcript that has been placed on Congress archive or notes.
Well, the reason it bothers me again is it goes back to decorum and standards that we're losing in our society. That, you know, I was thinking yesterday about the things that we just never saw Ronald Reagan say or do. No one's saying Ronald Reagan was perfect. He wasn't. But he understood his responsibility to set a good example. And we have lost leaders, by and large, today that are interested in setting lofty standards for the next generation. We have become a coarse and a uneducated speaking group as a whole. That doesn't mean that all of us at times don't get upset and curse. Everybody does, pretty much. Very few people don't. There are some I know that never do, but there's not many. And I understand the way I joke around with my kids or Logan and the fun and silly things we do. There's a time and a place. But when you're on the floor of the Congress, when you're an elected official, you need to conduct yourself in a manner that allows people to look up to you and to aspire to that standard. And in a day where people are being murdered and shot, and people having their throats slit and raped, we're not adding to raising the standard when we become as coarse and disgusting in our public language, although I think we should all endeavor to have private and public language that matches, but certainly in public, your pastor doesn't get into the pulpit in his bathing suit, and it's fine that he wears one and goes swimming. But when you're in the pulpit, you have a standard. When we come to the news desk, I wear a tie, and I'm dressed like this for a standard. We choose not to air profanity on here when we can avoid it in the clips because we have a standard. And if we cannot have our elected officials and people who choose to be leaders aspiring us to a better standard, then we do become a more denigrated society that starts to tolerate not only that which is debased, but which is violent. And then we become desensitized. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be a prude or holier than thou. I'm just simply saying Congress needs to set a better example for the country and for how we can disagree and argue and debate. Am I wrong, Jim?
I don't think you are, but I'll tell you what can sometimes be even far more offensive is these Democrats who do not want to have prayer. I mean, I find that equally offensive. I've argued for years now, people that get offended at Donald Trump for being so brash and forward and in his manner, I tell them all the time, listen, there have been many presidents who, and mostly recent ones, who publicly come across seemingly indecorum, and they're totally undermining the country. I mean, I would put Barack Obama and George W. Bush and Bill Clinton in that category. Now, Ronald Reagan was seemingly very pure in the background of this. But when you look at Clinton and Bush and Obama, all of whom were willing to expand government power and influence in a way that undermines the American people, profligate spending in the case of George W. Bush and Barack Obama, I find that equally offensive to the F-bomb on the House floor. So let's put a little perspective on that. We've got to hold these people accountable, not just to that personal standard, which you're right to point out. We also need to hold them to a constitutional standard and say, if you're not going to even attempt that, then, we're going to call you out for it. I mean, there is a time to really press back on certain problems. We can go so far on the side of decorum that we never call people out and make the...
No, I think we should call people out, and I think we can be...
we make the standard the language, but we also need to make the standard the ignorance and intransigence that causes one to break down our entire structure, particularly when it comes to the legal side of things. We are an unjust nation right now, and God does, he judges that, and we need to be aware of it.
Yep. Well, speaking of that, here's the governor of Illinois. That was a nice setup.
My sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously is, become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. I know they seem to have somebody in custody. But I will say that political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
So Charlie Kirk's murder is the fault of the right. Is that what I just heard, Colonel?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you heard. That's what's been coming from the leftist media mouthpieces, the politicians, and everything. How dare Charlie Kirk say things that are tough and push back on our Marxist communist ideology that's tyrannical? How dare he do that? He deserves everything he got. That's what they're saying. That's why we have people in this country that are willing to go to war with each other with modern weaponry over the stupidity of this false division. And I'm tired of it. And I'm sorry, but we've got to push back. And our politicians have to push back harder, Brandon. I don't appreciate the F-bomb being dropped on the floor of Congress either, but Anna Paulina Luna is a warrior, and she is a warrior for America. She got elected in part because of Charlie Kirk. And she was right to call those people out. This man was being prayed for because he fought for the United States of America in his way, not because he's a political opponent of the left, but because he was a pro-American fighter. And that's why we should honor him. That's why the president's right. And people like Pritzker there, they can't help themselves but to say that, well, Donald Trump talks about America being strong, and that's divisive, and that's why people on the left are shooting them. It's all the right, violence on the right that's causing that. What? That is the opposite behind the looking glass world that these people want the average citizen to believe that they live in. And it's absolutely the opposite of what's happening. And it's why we have to push back. We have to get more mouthy, more aggressive, and push back on these people. Even if it becomes physical, get in their face. I'll take you back to the baseball incident at the Philly Stadium the other night. When that liberal white woman got in the face of that man, instead of cowering in his effeminate way and making his son give her the ball, he should have stuck his face in her nose and said, "Get the hell out of here. I caught that ball, and this ball's going to my son. Get away from me, or I'm going to call the police." That's what he should have done. That's the kind of thing we've got to do. We need politicians that are willing to do that. That's why Donald Trump's popular. That's why Charlie Kirk is popular. He was a lot nicer, but that's what's got to happen, Brandon. If we don't, we're going to continue down this damn road, and this road leads to oblivion for the United States of America and a bunch of really small tyrannies is what's going to happen. And we're going to be fighting each other, and it will get ugly because those of us that know how to impose violence on something are at some point, the lines will be crossed by the leftist feminists that think they know how to fight. And the people that actually do it for a living and have done it for a living and have faced it will take up arms, and they will regret the day that they crossed this line.
Wow. Now, we have reports, unconfirmed reports, that the shot, they say now came 420 feet. Now, there's a video.
That was a long-range shot. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that was from way above.
There's a video.
Indisputable.
Let me show you this video. Logan, can we also get ready to play Jack Hibbs? Let me show you this video, and I'm going to stop it where I think there's a person up top. Watch this, guys. All right, right there. Is that a person up there or not, guys?
Hard to tell.
I can't tell from here.
These are the videos now coming out. It did seem as though that person disappeared right before the camera moved. That looked like something moving up top.
That looks like
there were so many cameras running. You guys all see that, right?
I can't see it.
Colonel, you see it?
Can't see it.
Zoom in, Logan. There.
Oh.
Yeah,
Let me go back and do it again.
Go back. It looks like it's. Yeah, that was a person. That's the shooter.
That's somebody moving, isn't it?
That looks like a shooting position.
They're running.
For sure.
Probably the shooter. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yep, they ducked.
And he would have been lined up with the platform. Because there's the stage, there's the tent.
Yeah.
That's almost perfectly lined up.
That's a tough shot too. Tough shot.
That lines up for my mind, seeing where the tent is in relationship to it. That very well could be it, because that shot was coming down or level on him, and that's pretty close to level. So I mean, I think we possibly may have identified the shooter right there.
Are we the only ones showing this right now in the media, Logan? Huh? Right, but is there any media outlets showing it? Wow. Well, it sure lines up, because when you go back over here to this shot, you can see the tent.
Brandon, can I interrupt for a minute?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you if you know anything.
Actually, I'm not trying to take away from this, but there was another shooting that kind of got buried, taking place about 14 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. And
in
that
Colorado, right?
Yes, in Colorado. Evergreen High School. And apparently, they are claiming that the shooter was one of the students, but there's no information out there too.
But by the way,
so
Alex
I think we're
Jones
ramping up the shootings now.
What's that, Jim?
Alex Jones is sharing that same video. I just saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I can't tell if that's the right campus, the right place from that angle.
All right.
Are you finding do you want me to email you that, Colonel? You have it?
Sure. I'd appreciate it if you'd email me that one and the one you showed of Charlie earlier, the longer one.
Brandon, I did email you 2 screenshots when we conclude on these footages, if you want to look at those, because looks like
there's that video there too. Yeah, look at that, guys. Now, is that the same building?
Well, that's hard to tell.
Does anyone know how long
Very
he was
hard to tell.
speaking before he was shot?
Don't know.
Don't know, yeah. Don't know.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if it went the way
somebody with the name Omar made a threat against Charlie?
I don't know.
Look
I think
at
that
Charlie
at least
Kirk
a
is
wish.
coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow.
But here's where it gets interesting. As of about an hour ago, that profile has changed. Not the handle, but the picture and the name has changed.
For what?
It's no longer Omar. I think they changed it to, I send you a screenshot of the current name. What is it? Goat. ... So, and I just looked. Apparently, nobody is questioning.
You know what GOAT
this
stands
user.
for? Right? You know what GOAT stands for?
Greatest of
Do
all
I
time.
know? Yes, I do.
Yeah, greatest of all time.
And the posts are protected now. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. Both a screen. Well, the second screenshot was from my desktop. The first one is from my phone. But yes. So just, I don't know why this person is not being questioned or why their page is not being followed. I know, I mean, hopefully somebody's going to question them of what did they know big is going to happen today. This was posted yesterday.
Well, I guess we should get ready to wrap, because I guess we've done about all we can do and said about all we can say for this time. Closing comments from each of you? Start with you, Jim.
Well, this is an important time in American history. I mean, it is frankly amazing that even someone with the notoriety of Charlie Kirk is going to end up providing, well, not him providing, but some shooter is going to provide a time of reflection that I hope we are able to work through in a positive way. I don't have a lot of hope for that. because Democrats are intransigent. They're going to continue to work against those who oppose them politically. We've seen on the floor of the House evidence that there is no Democrat political leader that's going to back down from this. They've invested everything into saying that conservatives, Republicans, those who oppose them politically are the purveyors of violence. The problem is, as evidenced by people like Maxine Waters, who's called for violence on Trump supporters and conservatives, that they actually are the ones promoting such things. The Democrat Party is not an American party. It is in no way resembles an American party. It is just the opposite. They hold to an ideology and a philosophy that is opposed to Americanism as defined by our Constitution and by our belief that we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. They've said it publicly. Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia said it publicly even. They do not hold to the American tradition, and we're going to have to, as conservatives, really put ourselves in a place where we understand the fight that's ahead. We need to be not just rational and somewhat reasonable, but also, as Colonel Manus said before, determined, willing to go to battle. Not like that effeminate-looking man who gave the ball back to that Karen at the Philadelphia Phillies game. We need to look people in the face and say, no, there is one truth. You don't have it, and we're going to go find it and assert it in the public square, and you can't stop us. You can't intimidate us. We are going to hold for a return to constitutional government in this country, and we're going to fight tooth and nail to make it happen. I believe that it's times like this that we find out what the character and nature of people are, and every one of us who stands for what Charlie Kirk stood for, what Donald Trump stands for, I think we need to be more determined now than ever that we are not going to live in a country that goes down this hellhole. We are going to rebuild it for good, and we're going to look through prayer and through determined action to honor God in restoring this country to the Judeo-Christian ethic that made us what we are.
Thank you, Jim Paff, conservativecaucus.org. Go ahead, Annie.
Sorry, Brandon. Cash Patel, under his FBI page, just posted the following. I did email you the link to the X or tweet. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and the state authorities in Utah for your partnership with FBI. We will provide updates when available. So Cash Patel is saying they have the suspect.
Okay.
I just emailed you the thing.
Thank you. Logan,
the tweet.
Can we go to the press conference? It has just started. Guys, if you need to go, you can go, or you can stay and wait to comment after the press conference. But apparently the press conference has started in Utah, and we're going to go to it as soon as Logan finds it. Okay, let's go.
We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well.
We got it?
As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt
Okay, we
Lake
did just
field
get
office
another alert from another media
responded
outlet
immediately.
saying the Charlie Kirk assassin has
We
been
have
arrested.
full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you. On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully.
Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Do we have a description of the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. We do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things. Unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot? Was this a
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
To our media partners, we will...
All right, we're back here at 5:42 p.m. Central, 6:42 Eastern Standard. We have been broadcasting since 1 p.m. Central. We have been here uninterrupted. I have not left the desk. The information is still coming in extremely rapidly, and there's still not many answers other than there is someone in custody, but they're not sure it is the suspect. We have booked tonight to be with us for a special broadcast. Obviously, tonight we will be joined at 7 p.m. Central. We will not have a worldview report tonight. I had no time to put a worldview report together for tonight because of the events of the day. So we will begin Brandon House Live at 7 p.m. Central. And my first guest will be former Congressman Jason Lewis. Jason Lewis will join me. We'll come back with our panel, Annie Cyrus, Leo Holman, Colonel Rob Maness, David Pine. And then tonight we will and JJ Carroll will join us at 8 p.m. Central. And then we will open up the phone lines and hear from the American people about what they believe this says about where we are as a country and going forward from here. I don't know if any of our other panelists are still with us. I pretty much gave them the freedom to go. So is there anyone left, Logan? Is anyone left with us? Okay. I guess these guys are troopers. Colonel, I was pretty impressed with the governor. I guess I was the governor of the state. I was very impressed with his comments. Were you not as well?
Well done under trying circumstances. He said the right things. And I would just say to all the young people that follow Charlie Kirk, now's the time for resolve. Now's the time to stay in this fight and to model yourself after Charlie Kirk. And I think the governor said it best. Charlie believed in the First Amendment. He believed in debate, and he believed in civil discourse, and that's why he drew Turning Point USA out of these types of events. He was right there at his home base, right there under that canopy on a college campus where he gave his life for his country. And it's up to all of us to do that and, understand that there's a lot of people that want to do violence against people that believe in America in this world. And we just need to be ready to defend ourselves, defend our families, defend our country. But the best thing to do is the way Charlie Kirk did it, the debate, because the best ideas usually win the day, and the best ideas are the ideas of America.
David Pine, are you still with us? Jim Pav. Jim, closing comment from you, Jim? What'd you make of the press conference and the governor of Utah?
Well, I was equally impressed with the governor in this circumstance. I don't follow him closely, so I don't have perspective, but he did say the right things here. The one thing that I'll add, though, I think he was right to try to cast the net out broadly, asking everyone to take a deep breath and act in the right way, and I do hope they will. I'm just going to say, and maybe it seems provocative to some, but the reality is the Democrat Party is loaded for bear against the ideal of the American Republic. You're not going to change that overnight. That, in my opinion, helps feed this sort of violence. I think it has been mostly feeding this violence. It's not exclusive to the left. It just is predominant there. And I don't mean just the shooting violence. I mean the violence against our basic human rights, first through 24th, I think, Amendment, and the Constitution itself. We need to reassert the Constitution. We need to be prepared not to back down, but to continue to contend for this republic, because it's the only opportunity for freedom that will remain around the world. It's actually the only place for freedom in this world. I used to be able to say it was there in Europe too. I'm not convinced of that anymore. This is the last place where we have a stand. I look at what's happening in this hemisphere. It's horrendous, except for Argentina, which just had a setback. I mean, what else is there? There's no liberty if we don't stand for it here. That's the rallying cry on the back end of this. We must contend, or else it's gone everywhere in the world. We're the only thing holding it together. Donald Trump's leadership is giving us an opportunity to retake that beachhead and to secure the ground beyond. So I encourage people to keep that in mind. This is the time for doing more, not less.
Thank you, guys. And thank you for hanging in here so long, all of you, both of you. Appreciate it, guys. Colonel, we'll talk to you tonight around 7 o'clock Central.
Okay, see you in a bit.
So there you go, folks. I would like to play Jack Hibbs. He made some comments. Did he not, Logan? Let's go to Jack Hibbs before I wrap, and we'll take a break for an hour and come back live again. Here's Jack Hibbs.
Hey everybody, just an update on what's going on. It is 1:45 Pacific time. And as you guys have been watching the news, there's conflicting reports all around the globe, literally all around the globe. Israeli news service and Benjamin Netanyahu had made a comment and made the announcement that Charlie Kirk had passed, that he was in fact dead, that Charlie has died. They made that announcement roughly 20 minutes after the shooting. U.S. News reported nothing of that he was stable. Some reports said that he was in surgery. Of course, obviously, I've talked to people who were literally in the presence of Charlie, trying to stabilize him. CNN is just now reporting that he is in fact passed. Tonight, special service this evening. Not exactly sure how this is going to work out. I'm going to be very honest with you, and I'm only speaking to the Calvary Chapel Chino Hills family right now. That I've had to make a decision between going through with service. Fox News is now announcing Charlie Kirk is dead. 1:46 Pacific time. Fox News. CNN is reporting that he has passed. So I first found out that he had passed shortly after Charlie was shot from Israeli news service. How they knew, but they knew. And now, just now, well over an hour or so, an hour and a half, the U.S. News is reporting this. I've got some details that I'm not willing to share right now. But tonight's service, I'm going to ask everybody to come on out and pray. And I'm going to ask you to be patient, please, because I've just made a decision. because this is important. We are going to pray as a church family, and I will be with you there. And at the same time, I'm going to be running across campus as we set up the Real Life Network interview with Fox News nationwide. I've been asked if I would address this on Fox News nationwide. So I'm going to try to be in two places at the same time. Because prayer is the number one thing. And the second thing is the narrative. The right words have got to be said right now. Nancy Pelosi is calling for gun restrictions immediately in the light of Charlie Kirk's assassination. No gun has never killed anyone. It's the depraved, demonic heart behind the gun. And as we just learned in South Carolina, if there's no gun, there's a knife. And when there's no knife, there's a rock. And when there's no rock, there's the bare hands of a godless, fallen nature that needs Jesus Christ. Friends, it's important on how you process this information. You're going to get mad at God? You're going to get mad at what? Gun stores? How about you get mad at Satan and do something about it? Stand up for what's right. Speak up. Stop being a spectator to the death of the United States of America. Do we not know? Have we not woken up to the fact that politics will not save us? Our economy is not going to save us? Donald Trump, President Trump's just announced that Charlie Kirk, his friend, is dead. When are we going to wake up and seek God? We need a revival in the church, or else this entire nation perishes, and very quickly. I think Jesus Christ is right now with his arms outstretched to America, to the church. Forget about America. Jesus' hands are stretched out right now to the church in America, asking us, what will we do? Will we repent and intercede for our nation? Or we will just, get busy? We're going to go online. We're going to just dive into social media. We're going to go back to gaming. I'm not talking about the lost. I'm talking about we the saved, we the children of God. And so please pray for me. I'm going to do both, right? By God's grace. We're going to be doing the service tonight. We are going to worship the Lord because Charlie's with Jesus. And, but Erica and the kids remain. And so we're going to pray. We're going to go through some comforting scriptures. And then I'll run over. I need to be available for Fox between the hours of 8 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Pacific. And that's the least that I can do for my friend Charlie. And I go way back. We go back before him and Erica, and we've had him here in our house, and he's a dear brother. Hey, he's doing good right about now, right? He's where we're going to be. And so, though we weep and we're sad, we don't weep without hope. Glory be to God. If Jesus comes back soon, he's going to be bringing Charlie Kirk with him. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 13 through 18. So, God bless you, family of God. And if you're not in the family of God, you're running out of time.
Pastor Jack Hibbs, we're coming up on 6 minutes before the top of the hour, 6 p.m. Central. We're going to just play a little bit more here. Then your host here has got to get up. We haven't been up since 1 p.m. Central 5 hours ago. And so we need to take a break and get ready for another live broadcast starting at 7 p.m. Central. Again, we've got a lot of people that want to respond tonight. Former U.S. Congressman Jason Lewis at 7 p.m. Central, 8 Eastern. our panel, JJ Carroll, a whole host of people tonight. Tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, True Social. Let everybody know to join us in an hour and 5 minutes. That's 7 p.m. Central, 8 Eastern. Now, I have a little montage I want to go out with, okay? But before I do, I want to remind you, we're here 24/7. Our national conferences, we're still planning to go forward with our national conference, October 3rd. Yes, we have security. Yes, security guys have already reached out to me today, of course, after this. We'll have security. We have a great police department here in town. They've been on top of getting ready for our event. We're taking all the necessary precautions. We were doing rallies, as you guys know, and we had a gunman come into our conference on video, threaten us with his Quran, filmed his Quran and banned the crowd, and then was removed by our private security. I hate to say it, if we had to rely on the police that day, we'd probably be dead, because the police were supposed to secure the building outside and not let the pro-Hamas, pro-Muslim Brotherhood, pro-Islamist come in the building, but they failed, which is so typical of most police departments, because we have not maintained the best police in most of our departments. We have maintained a very, very bottom standard, because the good guys, we've run them off. We don't respect them. We don't pay them well. We hire police chiefs who are nothing but politicians to the city council. And so the good guys, most of them are gone. And in Sioux Falls, we were left with very poor guys. By their own police reports, they saw the man driving in an erratic manner and pulling into the parking lot, and yet they still let him enter the building. And yet, as we even showed it earlier this week, he made 2 videos after my private security removed him, brandishing 5 weapons, 2 semi-automatic. So we're very aware of how easy these things can happen. And don't count on your local police departments as the end all and be all. We don't. I think my police department in my town is a little bit better than most. I guess everybody probably feels that way. Makes you sleep better at night. But we will have our own private security there, as we always generally do. But we were doing rallies all over this country for free. Sometimes 5 cities in 5 nights, like we were in Sioux Falls, 5 cities in 5 nights, 10 cities in 10 nights. We had to stop because the cost of the security became so high. That led us to do what we're doing now, even more. Yeah, I was doing TV since 2006, radio professionally since 95, publicly speaking since 1990, and my first book. But we had this progression that led to radio, the TV, and then of course we were doing our conferences starting in 93. But the threats got so high, the security got so expensive, that here we are. We said, we're not going to let them stop us. We're going to build out a bigger studio. We're going to build out a bigger studio, and we're going to broadcast even more. We're not going to and I produced a documentary within a matter of a few weeks called Sabotage on the red-green axis. The red-green axis, Marxists and Muslims, Islamists. So we're here, we're continuing to broadcast, and we've had to change with the times, going from being a conference-based organization to a media-based because of the security threat. So if you appreciate this broadcast network that we've been on the air now for 5 straight hours, that we'll be back tonight, that we produce all these shows. And by the way, we don't charge any of our hosts. Do you know that? None of our hosts pay for their airtime. None of them pay for our production. And yet somehow we have to bring in the revenue. We haven't stopped in 5 hours for one commercial. I haven't asked for anything in 5 hours, but I am now. If you appreciate what we're doing, being the alternative media, which the left hates that we're here, we have to have your support. Please go now, worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. Make a contribution of any size. Worldviewfoundation.com. You'll find our mailing address there if you prefer to support us through the mail. I do teach a Sunday night church service. Have since, I don't know, was it 2018, 16, somewhere in there? I'm teaching through the book of Revelation. I'm in chapter 20, Revelation chapter 20. We'll continue that Sunday night, 8 p.m. Central, 9 Eastern. Your gifts are tax deductible. We are a church. They're automatically tax deductible. You'll get a receipt in February of next year. worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. Will you do that right now? So it's exactly 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern. I'm going to sign off for now. We'll be back in exactly 1 hour. I'll leave you with this little montage of Charlie Kirk. Here you go.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Yep. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, his grace uncrowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Well, I would say you need to understand the biblical role of the father. When it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally, and really outside the house and obviously in other ways as well. Quality time is everything. You're not above any of the duties or the tasks or the roles. And it comes with a lot of responsibilities. And so, again, I speak very directly to young men. Erica's the, young woman outreach part of this. But young men need to be talked this way, actually, because they say, oh, I want to be a dad. Like, really? Are you earning enough money? Have you done the right work? Have you asked for a raise, asked for promotion, got up earlier, stayed up later to make sure your family does not have any financial pressures or issues? Because here's the one thing I have found. Once you have kids, there is this primal thing that comes into you where if you think you have worked hard before, when you have to go feed a child and provide for a family, you are willing to go to the ends of the earth and push yourself in ways that you never thought.
I love you.
I love you too.
Gigi, you don't just get to get everything you want. Okay. Well, you have to be on very good behavior to get such a thing like this. Okay? Hold on. You have to behave well.
Did you earn it?
I know, but what did you do for it? Have you been a good girl? Okay, I'll get it for you.
We did it, everybody. It is hard to believe, almost surreal. For those of you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refuse to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. As we are here right now, President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today, some of which include drill baby drill, curb inflation, national emergency on the southern border. No more critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion in our military. Our taxpayer dollars will no longer fund our kids to hate our country. It is over as of today, thanks to President Trump. And what you saw from President Trump today, which, by the way, I believe was the best inaugural address in American history. And the reason why it was the best, it was not platitudes or abstractions or empty promises. It wasn't about stuff that the DC regime wants to hear. While they were all sitting behind him, he basically said, the people in this room have been robbing you, the American people. You see, as of high noon, just an hour and a half ago, the 46th president is no longer. And you might think it was Joe Biden, but it really was a bunch of White House staffers that you've never heard of before. Their term is over. It will go 45 Trump, a bunch of White House staffers, 47 Trump. That is how the succession will go. And what we have seen these last couple of years was the intentional destruction and obliteration of our homeland. And in just one day, we're going to understand a very simple truth, that decline is a choice. That when your country is failing, it's because our leaders have decided to allow it to fail. And President Trump, I really believe, is on a mission from the Almighty to save this country in that millimeter miracle, where he very well could have been not just shot, but unspeakable things could have happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And the reason that they wanted to take out Donald Trump so bad, 700 years in federal prison, every possible way imaginable, is because he brings you guys into the room. Is because he brings you into the negotiation. You see, this was supposed to be a managed decline of the United States of America. And just understand what you are living through. You're living through a new American renaissance. But never underestimate the will of the American people and the sovereignty of God towards righteous and good purposes. Donald Trump is evidence that God is not done with the United States of America, that our best days are ahead of us. And our marching orders are very simple. Right now, the southern border is being secured and it is being militarized. There are no more illegal entries allowed in the United States of America right now. It is right now. Right now, the invasion is over. It is over. And we have to understand that it's going to be more than just executive actions. It's all of you continue to fight in your community. It's all of you continue to understand that this is going to be a bottom-up movement to reclaim our communities, to reclaim our school boards, to make sure our kids love America again. And for me personally, I have a lot of things that I could have done, but the most important thing that I can do and Turning Point can do is to go back on these campuses to make sure that Gen Z is the most conservative generation in American history. I'll say this in closing, everybody. In closing, Donald Trump won the White House largely because younger voters trusted Donald Trump with their vote. It was the largest swing of any demographic, a 35-point swing. For 12 years, I have been focusing on trying to get young people to believe in America, to believe in conservative principles. And I went to campus after campus, and you know, it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But I will, to all the young people of America and Gen Z, I want you to know, President Trump is going to deliver for you so that you could be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all. Do you think, who's the bad actor, Israel or Hamas?
I believe that what Hamas is doing wrong, but that's not okay for what Israel is doing to the Palestinians.
What is Israel doing exactly? Tell me in detail. Where is it happening?
Crimes,
war crimes, really? How?
What do you mean how? They're killing little kids, man.
Well, hold on. Killing kids. You mean they drop leaflets before they bomb in Gaza? They warn civilian corridors before they ever engage militarily. They do emergency medical procedures for any person in Gaza that might need it. Do you understand what's actually?
They're doing good, but it's okay for them to do bad. Then that's what
it's called war, okay? And in war, sometimes bad things happen.
But it's a
Who
war
started
crime.
this? Well, it's not a war crime. Throwing around war crime is a ridiculous. You know what a war crime is? A war crime is going into
killing
kibbutzes.
children is a
Time
war
out.
crime.
Going into kibbutzes, going into the Nova Music Festival, going into people's places of residences on October 7th, and putting.
So okay, you guys keep bringing up October 7th. You guys are doing bad.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
You got okay.
If you're going to all of a sudden attack Jews on their holiest day of the interior of Israel, expect a whirlwind and don't complain about it when it comes forward.
So what's happening is that basically what Israel doing is bad. Hamas is doing is bad. Okay.
I'm not even contending what Israel is doing is bad.
So what Israel doing isn't bad. Killing children isn't bad, is what you're saying?
Hold on a second, but you have to go instance by.
Is it or not?
I need a yes
or
they
no.
intentionally killing kids? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, they are not.
So
that is complete
why are there so
BS.
many dead kids? Why are you okay with dead babies?
Good question. Why are there dead kids? Do you think Israel sits around and they say, how do we kill more kids in Gaza today?
I mean, so why are they killing kids then?
Exactly. Let's think. Maybe it's because Hamas uses the kids as human shields on top of their military bases. Maybe that's why. Maybe because the people of Hamas have no concern for the life of their own people.
The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not. There are three major reasons why. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech. Islam does not believe in freedom of religion. And Islam does not believe in separation of mosque and state. Those three things are antithetical to the West. In a Muslim majority country, most Muslim majority countries, you cannot criticize the Prophet Muhammad. In most Muslim majority countries, you do not have the same robust freedom of religion protections. And finally, whereas we in the West are very careful to try to intermix religion and state, they are commanded to actually go into the state and try to change the state to be more Islamic around the core pillars of Islam. And the last thing I'll finally say is I cannot see a single Western country that has become more Islamic and has become a better place to live that is happier or freer.
By what metric? Just happiness, quality of life?
Everything from quality of life, from cultural cohesion, from whether people want to live there, prior to the native-born fertility rates.
Again, people watching this will say is your criticism of the religion itself or not Muslim people? Because there are British Muslims who have been born here.
You don't have to caveat it all the time. I know you guys have to because you're British and all that. A culture ceases to exist when we don't have unified language. When you cannot talk to your neighbor. I'm not discounting that there are good individual Muslims. The question that we need to reckon with the West is Mohammedanism compatible with the teachings of Blackstone? Is it compatible with the legacy of Wilberforce?
All right.
And the great thinkers that have come from this country? And I will say, no, there's a reason why when you go to these Islamic countries that you're not going to see the equal protection of rights, that you do not believe in universal human equality, that you do not believe the same things that we believe in the West. And I think it's suicidal to import millions.
I'll give you £1,000 right now if you could tell me the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. You said that twice. Yeah, the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. Can anyone tell me? £1,000. I'll give it to you right now. Yeah, name? Wrong, not a U.S. citizen. Citizen El Salvador. Anyone else? U.S. citizen deported under Trump. Nope, that was a lie. You should know better than that. You go to Oxford. So that is a correction. Number two, can you tell me when it comes to Charlottesville, something that you said when Donald Trump said that there were people on both sides? He was actually talking about the statue debate, not what you said. So that's a hoax. That's line number two.
Oh yeah, you said that somebody over here said something about Pete Hegseth being nothing more than a TV host. You should also mention that he was a service member of the military. Nope, sorry, I'm going to talk uninterruptedly. Thank you. Service member and was a decorated war hero. Funny you didn't mention that. Finally, the Donald Duck, really, like, what was that all about? What is this jar? I have no idea what you're talking about in the back of the room. It's like, it's completely lost on me. So I don't know what that's all about. Also, on the Canadian border, the professor failed to mention that the Canadian border was closed. President Trump said fentanyl, and the amount of terrorists that are coming across the Canadian border, of which the most terrorists that come into America come across the Canadian border on the terrorist watch list. You did not mention that. And finally, professor, you never heard of it in South Africa. Interesting. You never heard of that. The fact that a major political party in South Africa says, quote, kill the Boers. Kill the Boers. I would expect more of somebody who wrote a dissertation and teaches here at Oxford to say that you would not know about the attempted slaughter and genocide of white South Africans. I never went to university. I take that as a great compliment. So therefore, everyone who went to university should be able to run circles around me. You'll be the judge, but I'll do my best. If you dislike the West, and if you hate the West's values, if you think the West is evil fundamentally and deserves to be destroyed, then anything Donald Trump does, basically short of surrender, will be too far for you. If I was visiting this school 100 years ago, speaking in support of an American president, I think we would at least have some broad agreement on what a country's leader should be trying to do. But we don't anymore. I don't think it's because America's changed. In fact, I think it's because Britain has changed. From my perspective, Britain is one of the greatest countries in the history of the world. You are the country of Shakespeare, the steam engine, and Adam Smith. You defeated Napoleon. You destroyed the slave trade. You stood up to Hitler. My country, America, became great as it is because of what we inherited from you, from Britain. When I hear the slogan, "Make America Great Again," I'm also hearing, quote, "Return America to its British roots." Great Britain has everything in the world to be proud of. But when I look at Britain today, I see a country where the ruling elites are in a race to abandon the very values, the values that made them so great in the first place. I wish I could blame this all on labor, all on the left. But I can't. This country just had its 14th uninterrupted year of so-called conservative rule. And what did they conserve exactly? Well, they didn't conserve the ancient British rights to freedom of speech. In Britain today, 30 people a day are arrested for offensive posts on social media, according to the Telegraph. Praying silently within 600 feet of an abortion clinic can get you arrested in Scotland, as a 74-year-old woman named Rose just learned weeks ago. Members of Parliament scold British citizens for thinking they have the right to say that they do not have the right to say things that offend Muslims. 14 years of conservative rule didn't conserve British prosperity. Adjusted for inflation cost of living, the average British worker makes less today than they did in 2008. Outside of London, the British have lower incomes than every one of America's 50 states, and it never used to be this way. British industry pays 4 times as much for electricity as America does. You have the highest electricity rates in the world, a consequence of a choice of going net neutral. Nothing will kill a modern economy faster than high energy prices. And the country that invented the steam engine now has some of the highest energy prices on the planet. But above all, 14 years of conservative control didn't preserve the British nation. This country's conservatives thought it was their moral duty to allow anyone from the third world to move here. They didn't need to hold Western values. They didn't need to have useful skills. They could go on welfare immediately. Just last week, Keir Starmer announced he's changing the law to make sure immigrants who commit crimes are deported, because the conservatives never actually bothered passing that law themselves. The dying out of the British nation means the dying out of Christianity. Britain is the birthplace of Baptists, Methodists, Presbyterians, Anglicans, Quakers, and more. I would guess that more Christian denominations trace back to Britain than any other country. But soon, Britain will have more practicing Muslims than practicing Christians. I think that will be a catastrophic change, and everyone knows it. That's why it's only Muslims moving to Christian countries, never the other way around. I don't want America to go the way of Britain. I want us to remain free. I want us to remain rich and innovative. I want us to remain Christian. I don't want Americans to be replaced. But forget what I want. This is what the American people want. And in a democracy, the people are supposed to get what they want. The very same people that lecture us about democracy have a lot of problems with the consequences.
for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee. His grace uncrowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Tonight on the Worldview Report, the U.S. military deploys fighter jets to Puerto Rico in preparation for a potential attack